Oh, sorry, mic's on now. I'd like to call to order the July 12th regular council meeting. And to start, I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that the land we gather on is the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And I'd like to turn it over to Councillor Hillian to start. Thanks.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Morin. The Comox Valley lost an engaged and well-loved resident on July 6th when John Higginbottom passed away at age 78. John was trained and worked as a lawyer and served as Crown Counsel of Victoria Youth Court before moving to Courtenay in the early 80s, retiring early due to complications with degenerative muscular dystrophy. He soon became a champion for accessibility and inclusion, volunteering with the Comox Valley Social Planning Society and the Accessibility Committee to work and advocate for improved access and mobility throughout our community. John and his electric scooter were a familiar sight, traveling along the riverway and city streets in all kinds of weather, equipped with clothing and other adaptations to address the challenges that he faced. He took countless elected officials and municipal staff members on scooter tours to experience firsthand the need for curb letdowns and building and washroom accessibility. He also worked with municipal staff and elected officials to bring an accessibility lens to projects and policies. John was also a strong advocate for participatory democracy and environmental conservation and a keen observer of public process. Beyond his activism, John was a gentle and friendly presence, engaging positively with everyone he met. His gift of friendship, community engagement, and advocacy for accessibility and inclusion will be a lasting legacy in our community for years to come. And on behalf of Courtenay City Council, I'd like to express our deep gratitude for John's many contributions to our community and send our heartfelt condolences to his family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hillian. On behalf of Council, I would like to proclaim that Vancouver Island Music Fest is July 14th to 16th and celebrates 25 years of community, music, and economic growth, drawing over 10,000 attendees from the Comox Valley, Vancouver Island, and worldwide. This event has become a significant cultural and economic driver with an estimated reinvestment of $100 million in our economy, thanks to the dedication of over 1,300 volunteers who annually organize and celebrate our community festival. And it's very busy on the site right now, and I wish them good weather and a really great event this weekend. And I'd now like to hand it over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thank you so much, Acting Mayor. So I just wanted to acknowledge that July 16th to 22nd is National Drowning Prevention Week in BC. It's in alignment with the United Nations designation of July 25th as World Drowning Prevention Day. The Life Saving Society of Canada aims to prevent drownings across the country, emphasizing that even one drowning is unacceptable. They emphasize the importance of water smart education and respecting the potential danger of bodies of water to fully enjoy them. And they urge Canadians to supervise children near water, avoid alcohol while engaging in aquatic activities, and always wear a life jacket when boating. So wise words. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. The next item is introduction of late items, and if there are no objections, the DCBIA has asked that item 10.1, the Downtown Courtenay Business Improvement Association Annual Report and Bylaw, be considered at a later meeting. Seeing no opposition, we will consider that at a later time. Thank you. The next item is adoption of minutes. Just looking for a motion for the. Thank you, Councillor Hillian and Councillor McCollum. Anyone opposed? That's passed. Thank you. Okay, we're on to the temporary use permit item. This is permit number 2301, 1885 Cliff Avenue, BC Housing. And I'm going to turn, let me just see here. We'll be inviting members of the public to comment on this application in a few minutes, but to start with, I will turn it over to our staff to speak on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor Morin. This afternoon, before you is a report for council to consider the approval of a temporary use permit number 2301 for 1885 Cliff Avenue for a period of 3 years to allow for supportive housing as a use. BC Housing is the applicant and the owner of the property and own the lands under the Provincial Rental Housing Corporation. BC Housing will be entering into an operator agreement with the Comox Valley Transition Society. The issuance of the temporary use permit 2301 is subject to conditions being met, and staff is seeking and recommending the delegation of the issuance of this permit to the Chief Administration Officer. On June 28th, Council received an update on the status of the application. There was a number of items that we went through as far as security plan, fire plan, operating agreement, where we were with building, and talking about the status. And staff has been working with BC Housing and their consulting team since that time, and as making progress through those items. Those items are still identified as subject to conditions, which we need to work together and resolve prior to the issuance of the temporary use permit. At the June 28th meeting, there was a request for an update on the questions that have been asked to BC Housing and their communication team. That report has been provided to council and is attached to your report. I also would like to update council that we have received 8 correspondence as a result of our notification period, of which 3 are support and 4 are not supportive and 1 was neutral. And basically the concerns of non-support were safety. So I wanted to highlight it, council on that. And I also wanted to note that we have the applicant in the audience, and they are here to do a presentation for council. So I have Sarah Smith, who's the Director of the Development Services for Vancouver Island, and also Jennifer Breakspear, who's the Associate Vice President for Operations, that are here to do a presentation for council. And of course, staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Great. If folks could just step up to the podium for the presentation. Thank you. Oh, great. Yes, here we go. Podium. Great, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Acting Mayor. Thank you, Marianne. As Marianne noted, I'm Sarah Smith, Director of Regional Development, and this is Jennifer Breakspear, our Associate VP of Operations. So we were advised to keep the presentation short to ensure that we allow enough time for the community to have time to speak. So the presentation, as you know, is regarding 1885 Cliff Avenue, which was previously the Super 8. In addition to Jennifer Breakspear and myself, we also have virtually Jennifer Fox, Regional Director of Operations, and Roberta Randall, our Director of Community and Stakeholder Engagement. Also in the room is Maris McDonald, our architect, and Heather Ney, the ED of CVTS. So for the question portion, we're all happy to answer any questions you may have. So BC Housing, as you know, has continued to work with the City of Courtenay staff on meeting the requirements set out for the use of the subject property as supportive housing. We have hosted community engagement, including the open house. Went a little too quick. Open house. We've issued neighborhood letters, and we have a community relations inbox where we're collecting questions and providing feedback. We have also initiated a community advisory committee, which letters of invitation will be issued within a few weeks. The operator agreement is in place with CVTS, and general renovations, cleanup of the property, and a new fence have been installed. Residents have now moved in, and I was there earlier today and happy to see that, you know, plants are out and it's really turning into a home. A little background on the Travel Lodge. It was opened and purchased by BC Housing in response to COVID-19 to be made available to those in Courtenay who did not have space to self-isolate. The Super 8 was purchased and has now been renamed the Lodge. This is temporary supportive housing, and it's prioritized for guests at the Travel Lodge. The residents there are all adults 19 years or older who are at risk of experiencing homelessness. The lodge will offer connections to community services, life skills, and connections with Vancouver Island Health. This graphic is just a little background on what supportive housing is. If you were at the community meeting, you might recognize it. It speaks to supportive housing being an affordable place for folks to live, but also a connection to those vital supports that make housing successful. In addition to the lodge, which is temporary supportive housing, BC Housing also has a commitment to the city to provide purpose-built supportive housing. We are looking for sites actively and working with the city on those sites as they become on our radar. Once we have the site, we will be looking to partner with an experienced nonprofit operator. Security features will be integrated as they are at the lodge, including cameras, single point of entry, 24/7 on-site staffing. Again, we'll be entering into program agreements and good neighbor agreements to ensure that the housing is successful in the community. This graphic is a few photos of some of our successful supportive housing. So in addition to purpose-built supportive housing, we also have a commitment to Courtenay to build a purpose-built shelter facility, which will eventually replace the Connect Warming Center. Additional purpose-built supportive housing, and we're also speaking to the city and working with nonprofits about future affordable rental housing, including opportunities under our Community Housing Fund and the Indigenous Housing Fund. This slide speaks to some of the housing investments that BC Housing has made in the community in the last few years. I'm not going to go through each of them, but we'll be available to talk to questions on these properties. We just wanted to share what we're working on in the community. These are completed projects. And these are the projects that are currently in development. We have a Habitat for Humanity partnership, a community housing funding partnership on McPhee Avenue with Waishe. We have a deeply affordable rental housing partnership with CVTS on the Mission Road. And of course, the Cliff Avenue property, which we'll be looking to the community on future redevelopment plan for. In addition, there's 2 shelters in Courtenay, which include the Connect Warming Center and the Pidcock House with the Salvation Army. This slide speaks to how we endeavor to be good neighbors with the community. CVTS is working with BC Housing. They have a clean team. They have designated 24/7 numbers for neighbors and community members to call. And in addition, as I mentioned, there will be a community advisor committee formed for the project. Do you want to add anything?
Just to say that at BC Housing, we really appreciate the partnership that has been developed between BC Housing, city staff, mayor and council. We see that this is very productive, and we certainly see that this is a really engaged council, obviously a very caring community, and we're looking forward to what we can be doing together in support of unhoused folks and folks looking for affordable housing. So we see this as early on in a pathway of great partnership within this community, and we thank you for that.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm just wondering if any council members have any questions? Okay. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. Appreciate that there's been a lot of noise and clamor around this process. And part of that has been occasioned by the short notice that the community's received. We've certainly had a lot of feedback about that and about the level of consultation that's taken place. And I think that there's a big difference between people getting a letter and reading about something in the paper, hearing from their neighbors versus actually meeting the people who might be not only living in the facility, but responsible for operating it and staffing it. So I'm just wondering, given the short time frame, what sort of capacity there has been for staff running the facility to actually engage directly with neighborhood residents to give them a point of contact for any concerns that they may have, to answer any questions and to help to alleviate fears and concerns that come up when a significant change like this takes place in a neighborhood.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hillian. With regards to staff, I'm going to defer to Heather Nay, and I would love for her to speak to the input the staff are getting on the site. I mean, we can speak to what we're receiving on the website, but I think it would be better for Heather to speak to in-person input.
So if I understand the question, you're wondering about what opportunity there has been for the community to engage directly with the staff on site?
Yeah, and perhaps I'll qualify that by saying that our previous experience with the junction was that the organization running it wasn't actually funded to do community outreach. And so as a result, things like a community advisory committee and direct engagement with people in the neighborhood didn't actually happen until a couple of months after the program was operational. And that created some challenges. And I'm just wondering whether we're going to see that replicated, or if there's anything that's been done to learn from that experience, particularly given the short time frame that we've had to see this come to fruition.
I remember well the junction scenario, and I was reflecting just yesterday in my communication with BC Housing that it's important that we get this off the ground right away and not wait. And I mean, it was a flurry of activity, but we're positioned to send those letters out as early as Friday with invitations to participate in a community action committee, because I don't want to wait until we're reacting to something. So want to be really proactive. In the meantime, at the community meeting, we did have prepared and available there that who to call sheet that gave direct numbers to the coordinator at Connect or at the Super 8 or the lodge. And we've just updated that with the new telephone numbers. The the property is accessible, and so people are welcome to come and inquire and have a look around. There have been some folks who have reached out to me through our office, and we've engaged that way. So I think if we haven't been perceived to be available, we want to rectify that, and we certainly aim to be for any communication at all. But it's important to me and the residents at the lodge that we engage the community regularly and quickly. So I'm hoping by the beginning of August, we'll be able to have our first meeting.
Okay, and I know that you are always open to people contacting you directly if they have concerns.
Yeah, I did bring some cards too tonight. If anybody or through the Transition Society, I'm accessible.
Thanks for that. I had the opportunity to walk around the property this afternoon, and I did notice that there's a fair amount of vegetation on 19th Street that's intruding on the sidewalk. I don't know if that's a city responsibility or if it's the responsibility of the owners of the building, but it creates potential hazards for people with mobility issues. And I know that you've been very busy erecting fencing and all that sort of thing, but we might want to take care of that vegetation intruding on the sidewalk at some point as well. And I'll ask one other quick question. your slides indicated that BC Housing is actually operating group homes with 2 or 3 people in them around the community. It's not something I was aware of. Could you tell us briefly what sort of group home is part of your operations?
Yeah, so BC Housing has an agreement with CLBC to operate groups homes, or often with Vancouver Island Health. So the two group homes on the list, from my understanding, are CLBC partnerships. But I can look into those further and provide information to you under separate cover if you'd like. And
Yeah, no problem. That's fair enough. I thought perhaps they might be complex care homes. Do we have any of those yet?
we don't have any complex care homes yet.
Okay, thanks.
But speaking to the landscape, Maris, Heather and I did walk through the property also, and we're putting together a landscape upgrade proposal as well as some urban gardening on the site for the tenants.
Okay, thanks.
That's great. And just for folks who don't know, CLBC is Community Living BC. I know we often speak in acronyms and not everybody knows what that is. So, okay, we'll move on to Councillor McCollum, and I'll just make sure that I have the correct. Thank you. Everyone's playing musical chairs here. Thank you.
Thanks,
Go
Acting
ahead.
Mayor. That's close, and thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to ask a few questions that I've been asked in the community over the course of this process that I'm still not 100% clear on. And some of them I think I've made my assumption, but I think it's nice to have these things clarified. In some of the communications materials that are on the website and were provided at the open house, the travel lodge is referred to as a shelter, which I think that comes out of how that housing was developed in an emergency response. And then as outlined in the presentation here, the Super 8 is considered supportive housing. And is it the same level of supports for the residents, or is there some changes there, some additional supports that weren't in place at the travel lodge?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes. To answer simply, the travel lodge was an emergency shelter situation. We know shelters are not the solution for housing, so there's additional community connections, additional staffing at the new lodge, at the lodge.
That's great to hear. And also, I think in your presentation, you referred to the people who will be living there as guests. And I'm not sure when we choose the word guests. I know that that's often used in a shelter situation and residents if it's housing. So just wanted to clarify that they are residents in supportive housing in this situation. And to further that question, is there the same number of residents being housed at the Super 8 versus Travel Lodge, or are there some additional units, or is it pretty much like for like in terms of number of people that are being supported there?
Yeah, to speak to the first question, there was a transition from the Travel Lodge to the Super 8. So the guests have now become residents, tenants. And currently, the lodge consists of only the guests that were living at the Travel Lodge. However, there is capacity if CPTS has the ability and BC Housing has the ability to support a higher level of residents. We do have the ability to increase to, I believe, 67, 65-ish units. We have a few units that we're using as office space. But we're also really cognizant of ensuring that it's the right number.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks for answering that. That's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And just going over to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks for the presentation and for making your way to beautiful Courtenay today to be here for this important conversation and for working with us over the last few weeks and months. There's been some challenging times, so I appreciate you sticking in. And I really wanted to just note, I've gotten to work with some of your colleagues in my day job across Vancouver Island, and just to see the list of projects that you support in the Comox Valley, in particular in Courtenay, is I think really a testament to the environment that we are ready to work with you and to support individuals who have unique needs, and to really ensure that our citizens have the well-being of and the dignity of a roof over their head. The other thing I wanted to say thank you for from our meeting 2 weeks ago was the FAQ, which is now public record. I really appreciate that. And Marianne Wade, our Director of Development Services, mentioned that. And I think that's really important because this is going to be a document that can be referred back to individuals who might have questions that have already been answered many times by your team as we move forward with this project. So for those who are watching this, maybe just to refer to that document, it's quite lengthy and answers a lot of questions. My question particularly, some of the feedback that we received in preparation for today's meeting, not dissimilar from what we've heard over the last few weeks and at the open house in regards to property value. And at the open house, I think you had a poster on this. You've done some research on this. You oversee supportive and shelters across the province. And so I'm wondering if you can just demystify this for folks, because it feels, and I have some of the comments here in front of me, it feels that that's one of the themes. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to some of the research you've done around property values, around supportive and shelters across the province.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councillor Jolicoeur, through the acting mayor. You're referring to one of the poster boards, and yes, there's been considerable data collected about the impact on sorry, it's blank.
Property values.
Property values. Thank you. Around shelters and supportive housing, vast majority, there has been no impact, and in fact, the property values have risen in corresponding rate with other properties further afield within the same community. There's a small number, I can't remember what was on that board, that did see a neutral effect, but this is, as you correctly said, a myth that living near a supportive housing or shelter impacts negatively your property values.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question for our colleague, Ms. Ney, around the Community Advisory Committee. I know that we've spoken a little bit about it at council 2 weeks ago, and you've highlighted, I guess, next steps. I'm just wondering if you can speak to, and this might be for BC Housing as well, but maybe what residents who say, you know what, I'd like to be involved. I'd like to make sure that our community has the supports to address some of the unintended consequences of this project moving forward. Can you maybe share a little bit around what they can expect from this, what kind of supports they can see, the frequency of meetings, and the ability for the responses that citizens might want to see from the operator, from your organization, and from BC Housing when issues are raised at that level? And that might be a BC Housing question, but
I think it could be us if you want to,
Okay.
unless you've got experience you want to speak to. Go
No,
ahead.
you have more experience in your leading the process. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been involved with CACs actually through my current role at BC Housing, but also I used to be an executive director of supporting housing agency in the downtown east side of Vancouver. So I was involved in that respect. And particularly I'm thinking of one, you're asking, sorry, I think I'm going off track. You're asking about
what can residents
tenants or
expect?
residents expect? Yeah. So what I saw, particularly in regards to a temporary modular housing program that had some considerable concerns before it was built, was we had a lot of folks in the neighborhood who got involved with the CAC. They were meeting with city staff, BC Housing staff, and a number of folks for a number of times before the building was opened, and then for a good couple of years afterwards. And it was an opportunity for residents who lived near the building to be able to bring any concerns that were coming up, and we were able to address them, right there. Fairly frequent meetings initially. I want to say monthly. That's your experience, Heather? Yeah. And it's a very free mode in which the residents can bring forward a concern. We can talk it through. Often when those concerns were brought, the operator already knew of some of them you know, because they are so involved with the neighborhood they're situated within. So the operator would be right there and we having a conversation with the residents. We often were able to hash them out directly right then. Rare was something so dire that it needed to be escalated beyond that. Usually we were able to deal with these situations right there within the room.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. And my apologies to Councillor Cole Hamilton. I understand you've been waiting for a little bit, just trying to get my hybrid meeting down pat here. So please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Acting Mayor. Not at all. And as is often the case when having a few colleagues in front of you, actually get many of the answers. I wanted to hear a bit more about the Community Advisory Committee, and I think a lot of those questions have been asked. I think the only remaining question I had about that is that at our last meeting on June 28th, we put forward a request that a representative of the City of Courtenay be on that Community Advisory Committee. I know we haven't received the final terms, but I was wondering if there's some comment could be made as to whether that's an anticipated part of the composition of the committee, just so the city can make sure it's staying on top of what's being raised there.
Thank you, Councillor Cole Hamilton. Yes, the invitation is in the mail as of next Friday.
Great to hear. Okay, thanks so much. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, moving on to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I appreciate all the effort you guys are making to house people. I actually had a question about the priorities for BC Housing, and you had mentioned the purpose-built shelter to replace the Connect Warming Center. And I wonder if you could speak to that, give us some hope. I know we're hoping to get a purpose-built building. We're hoping to find perhaps a more suitable location, and we're hoping to hear from you guys sort of what kind of timeline you're thinking or what Courtenay needs to do to support that process.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Frisch. BC Housing is actively working on a property search with city staff. And I want to thank Marianne, Jeff, and Susie for working with us. We have looked at over 30 properties and we continue to look. We just looked at 3 more properties again today. So we're committed to expediting that process. One of the things we did talk about today is also involving the city and the community in what that shelter looks like. And the partners that are involved, including Vancouver Island Health, the Comox Nation, other outreach programs. So yes, we're working actively on it, and it is a very high priority for both BC Housing and the Minister.
That's great to hear. And you suspect there'll be funding in the next few years for that sort of project?
The shelter is committed as funded. We have a funding program identified to fund it. So
Well, that's great to hear. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I wanted to follow up on just some of the neighborhood concerns, and I know that some of your material and the report that we've been provided with does speak to this, but I also like it to be spoken in the context of the meeting so that people can hear it directly. So some of the things that people are concerned about are garbage, unsightly premises with debris lying around, discarded needles, open drug use that their children might be exposed to, and those types of concerns that founded or otherwise are the sorts of fears that people have when they've lived in a neighborhood and something changes significantly like this. So I know that there's a variety of people who live at this premises. I don't want to stereotype them in any way as all being having addiction concerns or otherwise, but I would just appreciate you speaking publicly to what the norms are that are expected around things like drug use and how clean the property will be, and whether there will be discarded needles lying around and some of those types of issues that are concerning to people in the community.
Thank you, Councillor Hillian. I would love for Heather Ney to speak to this. We talked about this earlier with staff, and I was really happy to hear that tenants are getting involved in the clean team. So I'll defer to Heather.
Like as being previously said, we are committed to being good neighbors, and part of that is maintaining a clean and tidy and a comfortable living or neighborhood in the vicinity. So one, we are setting up a clean team for around the property and the surrounding neighborhood. Our security company is doing sweeps, perimeter sweeps hourly to address anything that might come up in terms of garbage or people lingering about. And what I have seen since we occupied the property, less than 2 weeks ago, I think, is this residents there taking a lot of pride in the property and the area, and holding each other accountable for, if somebody brings a cart on property, which is not allowed, then addressing it themselves. We have somebody who's very committed to the landscaping and keeping that aspect of things tidy. I mean, sometimes we don't know what we don't see, and that's why the phone numbers are available, because we can react and go out and address somebody who's lingering in the property. But the clean team will be looking for those things like garbage and needles and whatnot. And myself the other day was driving up 19th and saw somebody just a block away who was using not a resident of the Super 8, but it was in the neighborhood. And my message to that person was, move along. This is, I want to keep this neighborhood comfortable, safe, and for everybody around. So we're addressing whatever we come across. And if we don't know about it, we do need to know about it. So I would suggest people use those numbers. And if it's not being addressed immediately, it doesn't mean we're ignoring it.
Thanks. If I can just follow up with one point. I spoke to a number of people at the community open house who, and you've heard this before, who felt that people who have active addictions should be in treatment centers receiving treatment. So there's a lot of misunderstanding around what I would describe as a tolerance to drug use in supportive housing programs. And I just wonder if you could give us some context around that issue and how it's managed by your program people.
So how we manage the drug use on the property. And it was probably not a popular thing to say, but we'd rather they be using on our property and in the safety where it's safe and private. And so we do allow drug use, and harm reduction is our philosophy. And I really believe that people need to be housed first before they can even entertain going into treatment or making a change in their use habits. And we have seen success at the Travelodge with folks who have made those decisions, gone on to get their high school, a college diploma now, seeking work. And it all started because this individual, or in this case, individual was housed first. And so for them to have any hope of a different life, one that's not consumed by their addiction, we need to house them first and give them a safe, secure place to contemplate changes in their lives.
If I may, Councillor, Acting Mayor. Thanks, Heather. I just wanted to add to that BC Housing stands firmly with the operator in that regard around supporting harm reduction. In order to support folks in moving along in their journey, they need to stay alive. So having folks, if they're going to use substances, do so in a space where clean supplies are provided. They can be, someone can check on them. And speaking to what Heather was talking about, sort of springboard off of the clean team question, if I may, we've seen in so many of our projects that the clean teams end up being an incredible additive for the residents, leading to a real feeling of a pride of place, and also an opportunity to be able to really engage with their own community. And that's what a lot of folks in these residences feel, that they're your neighbors. And living within supportive housing does not distance them from that. And in fact, being able to be a member of a clean team in a supportive housing project is often something of which people are very proud. You know, I got picked, I get to do this. And so you'll see folks at some projects who are going well beyond the perimeter of their building and out into the neighborhood and tidying things up and getting to know the neighbors, you know, by having those conversations on the sidewalks and that sort of thing. And also looking out for their friends and neighbors from the supportive housing. So it's a little bit of hand in hand with our harm reduction mode is people looking after each other, keeping people alive so that they can move along on that continuum, both of housing and of, you know, growth and moving possibly out of addiction if that's the direction they're headed in.
Thanks very much.
That's great. I don't see any other mics. I'm just going to ask a couple things and then we'll move on to the public portion here. Heather touched on this around the Travelodge, the folks who were at the Travelodge and the transfer over to Super 8 and sort of the things like Clean Team and all of that. And I think one of the prevalent themes that we're hearing is that there's a misunderstanding that the folks maybe who are utilizing Connect are the same folks that are at that were at the Travelodge and now the Super 8. And in fact, they're very different clientele. And I would suggest from what was just said that the folks that are housed and are receiving all those supports are doing much better than the people who are unhoused at Connect. So I think, you know, that's probably the goal here is to have fewer people who are having to access Connect. So just to make that difference, Councillor McCollum brought it up that it's actually not a shelter, it's a residence. And it's actually not the same folks. And I just wondered if Heather wanted to say anything about Travelodge in terms of a little bit more about the success stories there, just in terms of, you know, there were some concerns at the beginning of Travelodge, and I think that's what some people here and others may be concerned about, and just to say that there was a transition and probably this won't even go through the same transition because you've got those same tenants who have already done that. So if you could just speak to, have you been hearing complaints at Travelodge prior to coming to Super 8?
No. When people first started to be housed at the Travelodge, that's a long story and how that all transpired, but it was a bit chaotic and there was that very rough period. Then we transitioned to having an operator there and it became much, much better. I think fire, police, the city can all agree on that. And we worked hard to develop relationships with the businesses in the area. And so we're not starting at the same place with the Super 8 because we have the resources in place to provide the supports that these folks need from the get-go. And we've had that adjustment period at the Travelodge of knowing, you know, where our weak spots are, where the boundaries need to be with people, you know, how to communicate clearly expectations with them. So we've had a lot of learnings that happened at the Travelodge. So did that answer your question? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, and more successes. You know, we've worked very, very, very closely with health already. All the teams visit there. We have physicians visit every day. And there's a lot of attachment to other services that have happened. And for some people, that's being into long-term care, into hospital for proper medical treatment. And also folks have been reunited with their families and gone to live back at home. Some have found their own homes through the Travelodge. So those are some of the things that have happened and we expect to continue to happen with the population. staying at the Super 8. And I do want to say that Connect has been a really good transition to the Travel Lodge because people have been able to stay inside, have some stability, learn what some rules are and boundaries, and then we have very successfully transitioned some folks, from the street to Connect and then into the Travel Lodge where they continue to have their health needs met and nutrition and all and life skills. So it is a continuum, a process.
That's great. Okay, well, thank you very much. I think we'll move on now to the public portion. So as has been mentioned, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and online attendance. I'd like to thank you in advance for your patience. Meetings are streamed live on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and would like to comment on this application, please go to courtney.ca /council meetings for the Zoom link and telephone number. You can also find copies of the agenda at the same link, courtney.ca /council meetings. It is important that this is a safe and comfortable environment where everyone can see and hear the proceedings. For those of you who are in person, please mute your phones. Please be respectful of speakers and do not interrupt the proceedings with applause, comments, or other sounds. We ask online participants to turn their video off and be mindful of background noise that may detract from your comments. Please also avoid the use of nicknames when signing in. Comments shared this afternoon are a matter of public record. Speakers will be asked to state their name and address for the record. We will be alternating between in-person and online speakers. Now, at the start of this meeting, we didn't have a list of speakers. I'm just wondering if we do have any speakers that would like to come forward at this time. We do now? Okay. Oh, yes, of course. We have to hear from our Madam Clerk, who's going to keep us on track here. Thank you.
Thank you. This public input opportunity is being held for the purpose of hearing from anyone who believes they are affected by the proposed temporary use permit number 2301 for 1885 Cliff Avenue on matters contained within the permit. Notices have been placed in accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Act. Copies of the staff reports, draft permit, and related information have been available for public review on the City of Courtenay website and at City Hall during business hours. Speakers may provide comments in person, via Zoom, and by telephone. Once called upon, each speaker must give their name and civic address. Each speaker may speak for 5 minutes. Speakers participating via Zoom will be asked to raise their hand by selecting the raise your hand icon. When it is your turn to speak, we will call out your login name. Speakers participating via telephone may request to speak by pressing *9. When it is your turn to speak, we will call out the last 4 digits of your telephone number. We don't have anyone on our speakers list, so we'll just be calling in person, and those in-person speakers may speak when called by the chair. After all participants have spoken, the acting mayor will call for any additional speakers. After everyone has been heard, you may request to speak on new information for another 2 minutes. If you wish to speak for a second time, please do so only after all other speakers have spoken. If you are watching the public information session input opportunity from home on the City of Courtenay YouTube channel and not participating via Zoom or teleconference, please note that there is a 60-second delay between the live meeting and the web broadcast. A 1-minute pause will take place after the acting mayor has called for speakers 3 times. If there are no speakers after the 1-minute pause, the acting mayor will conclude the public input opportunity. Members of council may ask questions of speakers after they have made their comments. However, the main function of council is to listen to the speakers. Council will consider whether to issue the temporary use permit immediately after the public input opportunity has concluded. BC Housing has applied for a temporary use permit for 1885 Avenue. This permit would allow supportive housing at that location for approximately 67 residents for a period of 3 years. After that time, before the 3 years have expired, they may apply for a renewal for up to an additional 3 years. BC Housing would then enter into an operator agreement with an operator to operate the supportive housing. 8 written comments were received in response to the proposed temporary use permit 2301.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'll ask if you wish to speak to the proposed temporary use permit at 1885 Cliff Avenue. For Zoom webinar participants, please raise your hand icon if you wish to speak to this item now. Do we have anybody? I didn't see anyone. Okay. And so I'll ask if you wish to speak to the proposed temporary use permit at 1885 Avenue. For Zoom webinar participants. Okay, sure, go ahead. Can you state your name and address, please? Okay. Okay, Leanne, if you'd like to speak, you can unmute yourself, but just please make sure there's no background noise. Thank you. No? Okay. All right, moving on to in the room then. If we have any speakers who would like to go ahead, if you'd like to come up to the podium, sir, and give your name and address, please.
My name is Marshall Fisher. I live at 1985 Cliff Avenue, a block away from the Super 8 motel there. And I guess, you know, it says temporary, so that's up to 6 years. After that point, it would have to be shut down or what? Or would they be opening for another 3 years? 9? That's a question that I have. And is the travel lodge still being used? And is it going back to being a motel? Another question I have, and then also something else that came into my mind there. I'm just sort of forgetting it right now. I'm not so much concerned about the people in the neighborhood that are there. They're already there anyway. They cut through the alley behind my place all the time, and they're digging through the dumpsters. I'm not saying that the residents of Super 8 are going to be doing that, but there's already lots of homeless people in the neighborhood. I don't see it being much different. Because there's new people living there in that place. It's just part of my concern was the sort of temporary nature of it, and that the idea is that it could become a permanent fixture and not change back to a motel in the future, and just always be what it is, right? So I don't know what the plans are with BC Housing or the local societies involved in running it. That another concern I would have with that it would become like the warming shelter, that there would be a drop-in or some other aspect of it added into the, because the facility's there, in the warming center, and you see the mess that happens around the warming center in downtown, and in the surrounding area, the pathway, and all the money that's been spent to keep that somewhat under control, right? I rode my bicycle along there many times, and every Tuesday the 3 city workers were there cleaning up the mess below City Hall and the pathway there. You know, how much did that cost over the years of this going on, and it's still there. So I just have concerns about that idea. I'm not that these people need help, and I think that the housing of them is the first step, as was said. And my concern is just that, is this temporary or has it become a permanent thing? And does anything else actually happen, right? There are lots of properties around the valley that could be developed. The old Courtney Hotel site, the Finneron Hyundai site. There's huge pieces of property right in the core of the city, right, that could be developed for your future use. Thank you.
Okay, we'll turn it over to staff and may have some answers to some of those questions for you. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll have our city manager first.
Thank you, through the acting mayor. So I just want to point out generally, this is where people are providing feedback on the temporary use permit as proposed. Staff can provide some input on a couple of questions that you asked. We're also available offline to talk about those generalized questions. Just to be clear, we heard feedback specifically about concerns related to the temporary use permit. And so the majority of this discussion is to receive that input, but Ms. Wade can speak to you about the temporary use permit nature itself.
Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Moore. In regards to just the legislation to explain how a temporary use permit is, it is to allow a use that is not in the existing zoning for a period up to 3 years. When it comes to the expiry period, the applicant would have to reapply and go through the same process as we are doing today to consider having that supportive housing use extended for up to 3 years. It could be 1 year or 2 years, but it can never be more than 3. After that period, the applicant would be considering a rezoning of the property to match its development plans and have to bring that application in. And so that would be the decision of the applicant, what they wish to do with the property as far as future redevelopment of the site.
Great, thank you. And then, of course, we don't know, we can't really answer anything to do with the travel lodge because we're not the owner of that property. Okay, do we have any other? Sure, come on up and please give your name and address. Thank you. Mute that podium. Keep forgetting about the podium speaker. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do I need to press a button?
No.
Okay. My name's Betty Donaldson, and I think I'm wearing 3 hats at the moment. I was on the OCP. I am a property owner on 25th. And I am also now a resident in a seniors residence. So my questions come from each of these areas. From the terms of the OCP, I'm still confused a little bit about how the province and the city cooperate. At the local level, this action committee is very exciting to hear about because as a property owner in the area, it sounds like we could have a collaborative development. For 17 years, I have lived with the issues that Marshall mentioned, and we have moved a considerable way. It's been wave-like and periodic, but it is better. And I was so pleased when I read in the paper a few weeks ago that this particular area from 17th to 29th is actually the lowest percentage area now in terms of violations because of all the work the residents and the police and the city have done. And I'm a little scared that that percentage is going to change. That was a point of pride for me. It meant that after 17 years, we had some successes in cleaning up the area. As an owner, I've had to pay for increased locks, regular monitoring by all the people that own it, picking up garbage in the area and paying myself when I deposited cans, and then using that money, sometimes up to $2,000 a year for donations. And it's been hard work, and I don't want to see that lost. As I'm a senior and a more vulnerable person, I want to be able to walk in the area without fear. And that was in part prompted my action to come here today and now to speak. I love the idea of the action committee. I don't think the fences make it look more accessible. I think it looks like a barrier, and people are betting how quickly there will be graffiti. I don't see a sign that says the lodge. The understanding of how this is different from the travel lodge really needs to get out there. It isn't there yet. So on one hand, congratulations for offering us this opportunity to speak out, because it is democracy in action. My strata wouldn't come to this meeting because they said, well, it's a done deal. The fence is already up. There's no point. So you're going to have to deal with that in the community, the discouragement. I wish you good luck. I really hope the property values don't change. And I really hope there's going to be monitoring within the 3-year period. And if in 6 years you've got a supportive housing that's permanent and supported by the residents, then that's a real success for the city of Courtenay. But it's a goal not achieved. It's a goal to work for.
Betty, excuse me, we didn't get your address for the record. Thank you.
The property that I own is number 15, 111 20th Street. My current address is 2900 Cliff Avenue.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any further speakers? Oh, yes, we will go online first. We're trying to alternate. So Chris, if you would like to unmute yourself and state your full name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is Chris Markovich, and I live at 1876 Riverside Lane, about a block north of the supportive housing building. I just want to first thank all the presenters for coming today. I know that this is a very touchy subject for a lot of people, not just in Courtenay, but all over the province. And I truly believe that the mission that you've taken upon yourselves to bring here today is a noble one. And I applaud all of you for all of your efforts and for your philosophy of housing first. It has been proven with all of the evidence through all of the pilot programs and studies that have been done over the last number of years that getting people into housing as a first priority helps get them a leg up when considering just the true scope of the opioid and drug poisoning crisis that's been happening over the past 10 plus years. So I just wanted to thank all of you for all of your efforts in that regard. My question is about related to what the other speakers have talked about with respect to garbage and people hanging around the area, because I walk the path every single day with my dog. I still see people that are unhoused, that are either sleeping in tents in the bushed areas behind the pathway, trying to be as out of sight as they can. And of course, bylaw officers are coming by and sweeping them away. And what I want to know is what sort of outreach is being done by this group and the temporary housing company and organization to make sure that we can get as many people into those units and also keep the community as well informed as possible on these other developments that are happening, so that people don't have to stay on the street simply for lack of information, as well as making sure that cleanup is done, and that if there's sharps containers or other methods of cleaning up the surrounding areas, so that residents, particularly ones that are in senior housing as well as in condos, aren't worried about late night encounters, because I know that a lot of people are really scared of that, especially on the pathway at night.
Okay, thank you, Chris. We may be able to address that question at some point, but we've taken note of it. And I think we will move on to the next speaker in the room. So who would like to come up? Sure, go ahead in the front row there, and just please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Claire Stanglin. I live at 1775, pardon the voice, England Avenue. I'd just like to say our neighborhood's a mess. And I don't know if it has anything to do with the travel lodge or what's going to happen, a block away from us. But historically, it's been a mess. There have been stabbings, drug use on the street. It's just really bad. So I guess from my point of view, I'm really concerned about safety. And I'd like to invite anyone to have a walk at night. We've been walking our dogs, 9 o'clock, 9:30. It's a nightmare. We're accosted all the time, walking around the shopping center. And I don't know how much this would have to do with the temporary use permit, but I'd just like to say I am concerned. If the last site that they had for 6 years is any indication, it's going to be a nightmare. I hope it's not. We all need a home. So my concern is safety. My concern is if we're out walking, 11:30, 12 o'clock, who do we contact? Do we go, if we see something, do we go through the police? And is there security at the travel lodge 24 hours? Is it staffed 24 hours? And I think that's me. So thanks everybody for listening, and I appreciate everybody's time.
Great, thank you. Okay, sure, come up, sir, to the front. to the podium and just state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Kyle Arthur and I live at 1885 Cliff Avenue. And I just came to hear about the worries of some of my neighbors. This gentleman here, there is security 24 hours a day and there's staff on 24 hours a day.
Sir, sorry,
Sorry.
sorry to interrupt. Unfortunately,
Really quick.
we don't
okay,
permit sort of in between conversation at this kind
I
of
would
meeting.
just like to mention that most people at the lodge have some issues, but it's not like the place downtown. It's safe, it's quiet, we care about our house. I actually volunteered without getting paid over at the Travel Lodge, taking shopping carts back to the mall, picking up garbage. When we first moved in, there was junk on the street out in front, and the neighbor was having some issues. And I put the junk in the dumpster and I went and talked to him, and he just mentioned something to me and I said, no problem. And I talked to a few people in the alley and I said, can you just move it along down the way a bit? You know, people live here, these are their homes. And just because people are moving into the travel or the Super 8 it's not a place to come and squat on the curb. So most residents are really care and we're watching out for the neighborhood. And I just wanted people to know that. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. And we will attempt to answer some of those other questions, but we just don't sort of have a back and forth in the gallery. Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else who'd like to speak? Sure, come on up.
Hello, my name is David Redpath. I am a resident at 2045 Hemlock Place. In speaking with some of the members of the community, we were in agreement that there had been a lack of consultation leading up to this permit application. And I would like to express my concerns on the consultation going forward on the permanent use of the site. It's now the lodge, was previously known as Super 8, and community consultation on alternative long-term solutions for the unhoused. And if the council for Courtenay would be willing to grant the permit for a shorter period of time with the condition of having a long-term plan and strategy and a consultation period from BC Housing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, do we have any further speakers? The person with the hat in the second row, you can come up, please. Your hand was up first. Okay. Name and address, thank you.
My name is Daniel Davis, 1775 England Avenue. And just a quick, for quite a few years, and I volunteered at the food bank for a year, a couple days a week. My wife, who just spoke, about 3 days a week for 3 years. And one of the things that we've noticed is a huge influx of homeless people around. And when I asked the question, where are they coming from? Nobody seems to know. And because we volunteered at the food bank, we got to know most of the homeless people that live here in the area. So I'd like to know if the question's been asked or answered, where are all these people coming from that don't actually live here in Courtenay? Because that influx has been in the last year or two. It's been just huge. That was my question.
Okay, thanks. All right, would you like to come up and speak? The person in the hat, thank you.
My name is Eileen Flatt and I live on, I'm on 18th Street, 515, which is very close to the motel. I have no objections to the housing that's going on there now, except for the fact that the traffic on Cliff is very, very, very dense. It's dangerous. And I'm just wondering how these people, if they get, I know they've got fencing there and everything, but it's really a problem. I go out in the mornings around just before 9, and the traffic is seriously fast, and a lot of it. So that's my concern about that particular area. I have no objections about this facility at all. It's just that traffic is bad.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any further speakers? So I'll call again for any further speakers. And for the last and final time, I'll call for any other speakers. So there will be a 1-minute pause now, just because of the delay between the live meeting and the broadcast. So I'll trust my. Oh, we've got the timer on, so. So the public input opportunity is now closed. Oh, right, 45 seconds left. This is where we all exercise patience. Okay, we've paused for a minute and we have no other speakers, so the public input opportunity is now closed and council will now consider whether to issue the temporary use permit. So I will open it up to questions and comments. I'm hoping someone may ask for some clarification on a couple of those questions we heard, but I'll open it up to council. We've got Councillor McCollum. Oh, where did you go? 9, there you are. Thank you. Go
Thanks,
ahead.
Acting Mayor. Yeah, the question that I wanted clarification on, I also saw it submitted in the written comments that one of our participants here today asked was around the rationale behind providing 3 years and then having the option of an additional 3 years. And just wondering if staff could speak to what the repercussions would be of looking at it for a shorter duration, or if there's some other possibilities in terms of considering timing and length of the temporary use permit.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the question through the acting mayor. Ms. Wade, maybe you can speak to that. I would say that that is common term for a temporary use permit, although there are options for shorter term.
Okay, and we have. Sorry, I don't have all the numbers on here, so I'm just finding my numbers. Here we go. Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Moran, and to our city manager. Yes, it's common practice to use a 3-year period. Often a 3-year period is used because the site has been purchased, the use is not in the zoning, and the applicant is looking for more long-term development potential. And they want to work through those processes as they have that time to go through. It's also a testing period for the community as well for that use and to get feedback on it as well.
Sorry, and just to follow up to that, because that is helpful, understanding that should we see this come back for renewal in 3 years, would the expectation typically be that there has been some type of development or further improvements to the site that would fit in line with the use, or could it just come back as is and an application be made that the continuation is without site improvements?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can leave your mic on, thanks.
As Acting Mayor through to Councillor McCollum. Couple of scenarios can happen. Often it's the applicant is looking to how to develop the land, and it would come back and maybe they need another year or 2 years to finalize those development plans, so it could come back with that consideration. Sometimes it can come back and they're just looking for extension and they may go somewhere else, for example. So there's a couple of different permutations and combinations that can arise. The whole idea of this is to use a use in a zone and see how it works, and then also to look at the development potential moving forward.
Thanks for that. And sorry, one final follow-up question. Should council decide to limit it to a shorter duration, is there the opportunity to do, say, 2 renewals of 1.5 years rather than 1 renewal of 3 years? Do we have control over how many renewals and as well as the length of time?
Through the Acting Mayor to Councillor McCollum, council does have flexibility in the time frame that they'd like the temporary use permit to be issued for. The idea under the LGA is that it would only be extended once, and it doesn't have to be 3 years. It could be 2 years or 1 year. The idea for the suggesting and recommending the 3 years is the period of time to test the use and then work on the long-term development plans and then see where that's at. And then does the applicant need to have more time, or, so we would come back, or it could just expire.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Great, thank you. Okay, going to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. I was thinking about the same question around timing, and so I looked through the draft temporary use permit, and I noticed that there's a 90-day cancellation without cause, right? So maybe you could explain if my thinking's right. If either party thinks that this temporary use permit isn't working out, it could be potentially canceled at any time.
Through Acting Mayor Moran to Councillor Frisch. Yes, there is a clause there. There's a couple of things that are in there. One, they may not want to carry through with the whole period of time. The other is that we have conditions in there that if they're not being met, then we as a city can cancel it.
Okay, well, thanks for that. It seems like a shorter period wouldn't serve any better use than having that that clause, that 90-day clause. So thanks for clarification.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor Hillian.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just
Question.
had another note. There was a question around the possible addition of a shelter to that property. And I was just wondering if we wanted to give BC Housing an opportunity to comment on that, say if that is something that they're thinking about, or if that's not something they're thinking about. Is that possible to pass it to them?
Sure. could you come up and answer that question? Thank you. Now I have to find the podium again. There we go.
Thank you, Councillor and Mayor. Yeah, as we presented earlier, we have a confirmed commitment to the City of Courtenay to find a location and construct a purpose-built shelter. And that is our intention. There's no intention to add a shelter to a supportive housing project.
Thank you for the clarification.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I'd like to clarify a couple of things. First of all, a number of us were actually at the regional district yesterday, and we heard a submission from Tourism Vancouver Island, which included the local committee that involves hoteliers who are involved in the municipal regional district tax that helps to promote hotel stays and such. And the individual speaking on behalf of the hoteliers did indicate that to the best of his knowledge, the owner of the Travelodge plans to reopen it as a motel. So, I mean, don't take it as gospel, but that was stated in public yesterday. So what I'm hearing from people is on this issue of the length of the temporary use permit, I think it's significant because while we're having a tremendous benefit, I think, of this issue being before us just now, and we've had more BC Housing staff in town over the last couple of months than probably we've ever had. So I think the reality is that BC Housing is learning a lot more about our housing needs. And I think it's really positive that BC Housing is here today, hearing from people who've spent 17 years cleaning up debris in front of their buildings, hearing from other people who are afraid to walk at night because their community is a mess. And I'm not suggesting that this is all about homeless people. Heaven knows, I've worked in criminal justice in the Comox Valley since the late 70s, and we've had people committing antisocial and criminal behavior here for that entire time when we had virtually nobody living on the streets. So we have to be careful that we're not suggesting that if people don't have somewhere to live, they're automatically out there committing crimes. But I appreciate that when there are large numbers of people sleeping in the bush and there's debris lying around, and then there's other things that happen, people make those connections and they feel the fear. So, I mean, to me, it's offensive that people who live in our community don't feel safe to walk on our streets at night. And I think our goal should be that we want everybody to have a place to live. We want the police to be able to deal with people who threaten public safety. And we want all residents to be able to live and thrive and feel safe in their community. So the concern about the time frame. We hear reports on the news about temporary buildings that have been set up in places where the lease is now expired and everybody has to move and nobody knows what to do. That's what we want to avoid. Granted, this has been an emergency situation over the last several years where in response to the pandemic, BC Housing has had to throw up housing in every community in the province at an unprecedented rate to get people inside so they're safe. And obviously, there's been a lot of situations where there hasn't been the ability to do the long-term planning that needs to be done to make sure that those temporary situations actually lead to something more permanent and positive. But that's what we want to avoid here. We don't want to set up a situation where BC Housing, with no slight intended, feels they've solved this problem with the lodge property, and then goes away and forgets about this. And 3 years down the road, we're in the same boat with a temporary solution that hasn't led to something more permanent. So I think we have to be, if we approve this, we have to be building in conditions that that hold the commitment that we're hearing today the commitment to build and fund a purpose-built shelter in an appropriate location and to continue working on additional housing to address the very issues that people are bringing up here today. I do have to comment that when I walked on Cliff Avenue today in front of the property, I share the observations of the resident who spoke about the dangerousness nature of that street. On the sidewalk, you get the sense that you're very close to traffic that is moving fast and really isn't going to pay much attention if somebody comes out and isn't mindful of their own safety. So I think that what the operators are trying to do by fencing the property and trying to control the entry and create a welcoming atmosphere inside, hopefully is going to lead to that. But there is going to have to be some awareness of the safety issues on that street. As we know, some of the people who are in need of housing are vulnerable, have mobility issues, sometimes have challenges with standing up properly, and particularly if there's some sort of a drug episode going on. So I think that's something we do have to be mindful of, or the operators do need to be mindful of the safety of that street. I want to briefly speak to the question that was raised about the influx of homeless people and where they come from. People may have seen the editorial in the Comox Valley Record in the last couple of weeks, which tried to put to rest the myth that there are busloads of homeless people being brought to the community. The editor of the Record in his editorial noted that this is something that is spoken about in virtually every community in the province. The reality is that in the last few years, more and more people have been pushed onto the margins of society without being able to afford a place to live. We have people sleeping in their cars. We have people sleeping in the streets and in the bushes because there simply is not enough housing that people can afford. And the reality is that more people have been pushed to the brink over the last three years through the pandemic, through other societal conditions, through the poison drug crisis, and through the inflationary spiral that we're in. I have no doubt that there are people who are transient in the unhoused community, and we'll find out when the homeless count results come in how long most of the people on the streets here have been around in this particular community. But we all know people whose family circumstances have left them on the streets in this community and who are in that need. And I don't think there's anything to be gained by suggesting that somehow Courtenay has become a haven for people who are homeless elsewhere and have come here because they've heard that we have a warming center downtown where where you can sleep in the bushes at City Hall, and isn't that wonderful? It's a tragic situation, and we have to do better. But my hope comes from the fact that we have BC Housing here with us today, hearing all of this. We're hearing their public commitment to continue working with city staff to try and make things better, and we just need to push relentlessly to get people in under a roof into some safety, so that the good news stories that we heard about earlier on can in fact take place more often for more people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. It's hard to follow up on that, Councillor Hillian. You spoke to a lot of the things I was going to share. I just want to speak in support of us exploring this evening an amendment to the TUP as it's being proposed right now for 3 years. I won't add to what Councillor McCollum and Councillor Hillian has said, but I will say that BC Housing is a crown corporation of government, and governments change. And so we have now on public record, and of course we've met with the minister, and so thanks for BC Housing to share that on public record, that there's a commitment for a purpose-built shelter in the community, and there's allocation for that. We know that different parties have different opinions on how we move through this housing crisis. And so I would actually like to see the TUP brought down from 3 years, whether it's a year or a year and a half, mostly as an opportunity for us to have a check and balance around how things are going, but also around ensuring that there is an opportunity for us to continue the dialogue. And again, really happy with the work over the last few weeks, staying close with our staff at City Hall and working with us as a council and the minister. But I would like to see an opportunity for us to revisit this temporary use permit in a shorter period of time. Motels are in fact not great places for people. They are temporary, and this is why there's an application for a temporary use permit. I understand that BC Housing is going to be looking to potentially add more units to the current zoning, and our staff spoke to that, and they would have to go through a process around that. So I just wanted to share my support of us making an amendment to the TUP as it's being presented today. I guess my question for staff under the recommendation, there's a few things here that say to the satisfaction of staff, whether it's the security plan, the community advisory committee, and the good neighbor agreement. So am I interpreting this correctly, in that if this motion passes as is, as it's laid out, that in fact that the decision around the satisfaction, what's the communication back to council? Is there any input that we'll be able to have beyond what we've already done? I know we're working really closely, and we've had many meetings on this, but I'm just wondering between now and when those 3 or 4 specific things are provided to us, there's an opportunity for feedback for council.
Thank you. I'll just turn it over to staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. No, there wouldn't be additional engagement with council in decision-making on the proposed documents. We were presented with an extremely challenging timeline to deliver an engagement and permit review back to council so as to not have people unhoused. Timing was of the essence. That was made extremely clear to us by the minister in their engagement with council. At the point of this consideration, there's work to be done that couldn't be completed in that timeline. So council would have the opportunity to defer consideration of that and amend the conditions. That is entirely council's discretion. And we would understand if that was the case. With respect to, and there wasn't particularly a question, but with respect to considering changes to the term of the temporary use permit, I would advise that although 3 years seems like a long time, we also have to remember the requirements to put plans into place, prepare plans, have them reviewed and permitted, as well as program development, funding security, as well as site selection and opportunities or challenges for other sites and or redevelopment on that site. This takes a significant amount of time. And we also heard a lot of, if there's uncertainty, instability for people who are experiencing challenges related to being unhoused, that also has implications for the people that are affected. So it is entirely common that a 3-year term for temporary use permit is in place. And in this case, the reason why staff had taken that recommendation was kind of factoring in all the requirements to deliver on permanent supportive housing commitments that BC Housing via the minister has spoken to. So I offer that for your consideration.
Thank you. And I guess I would just say that, given the urgency that this current location has come to us today, and some of the residents have brought this forward in terms of a sense of lack of engagement, lack of consultation, due process, fair process for the residents in the community, that I think that having a shorter TUP allows us to revisit it and continue to have measures in place where we'll be able to provide, or at least seek some input from some of the safeguards that are in place, the Community Advisory Committee, for example, and for consideration. And just, I really see it as an accountability measure, given that this was done in a shorter time frame. The other piece that I had in terms of, I think it's under the recommendation, it's C through F, with these documents that are still outstanding from BC Housing and the operator, is if we approve it as written, I would presume that those documents would then no longer become public record. Whereas if they were to come back, if we were to delay this, defer this TUP today, and we were to wait for these 4 key pieces to come forward, they would be part of the TUP package, and therefore part of the public record, and therefore part of something that the residents, the neighbors, the community more broadly would have access to, and another piece of information that would be able to support people's concerns. Is that a correct assumption? If we were to defer this for these items to come forward, that it would then be part of a fulsome package coming forward to council?
Council Jolicoeur, I'm going to let our city manager weigh in here. Thanks.
Thanks, through the acting mayor. Thank you for the question. All aspects of the temporary use permit would be a matter of public record and for public inspection. So they form the components of the permit itself. So if anybody, any member of council, and we can certainly circulate that, should council, whatever direction we get from council. So these are all, just to be clear, permit and the permit conditions and permit information are all a matter of public record for inspection and available. But the determination of the final aspects to those items, the recommendation is to provide me as the city manager with the authority.
So just a point of clarification, if I can.
A clarification, okay, because we
So
do have
those-
Councillor Cole Hamilton waiting, so. if
Just
it's-
those 4 items we haven't received yet, so they're not a matter of public record yet. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you.
And if you do have another question, we'll just wait till after Councillor Cole Hamilton weighs in. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great, thanks very much, Acting Mayor. I'm also, I think, in agreement with many of my colleagues that I think a shorter period for the temporary use permit makes a lot of sense. It does, part of the reason that we are going ahead and making this move ourselves, temporary use permit, rather than having the province make that move for us, is that it allows us some greater degree of control and influence over the process, in that we're the ones who are initiating it. And I think that going for a shorter time period of a year or perhaps 18 months builds in a further level of accountability. And I guess my question for staff is just like what the mechanics of that would look like if we were to change the length of the TUP, because the recommendation, the 3 years is in the permit itself rather than the recommendation. And I'm assuming that if we wish to make changes to the term, that's not something that could be done at this meeting, because it wouldn't be a matter of changing the recommendation. So just a sense of what the process would be if we were to change the duration of the term.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Moore, and through to Councillor Cole Hamilton. I'll try to see if I've got all your questions there. So the way the TUP is set up for the 3 years is to allow for one, stabilizing housing, to allow a period of time for the applicant to assess the property and do development plans. And then I'm BC Housing has certain budgets as far as capital and operating that will have different years as well. So there's a lot of different parameters here that would be impacted in securing housing for supportive housing in this temporary period. So if it goes shorter, then we may not have all the answers in, say, a year and a half. And then it puts into some question about operating and security housing. So those are kind of some of the consideration staff considered in looking at the period of 3 years. As our city manager has noted, 3 years is quite a common period of time dealing with temporary use permits for supportive housing use just because of the complexity and how dealing with the community has been is through the Community Amenity Advisory Committee so that it reports regularly, which is a way of updating the community staff and council as to how things are being addressed. So did I answer all your questions or did I miss something?
Just unmuting there. That was helpful on that front. I guess if there were to be a different term, like rather than 3 years, what the mechanics of that would be if we were to, as a council, to choose to go with a different timeline, because the 3 years is within the permit itself.
Correct. So you would have to amend the permit. And you would give this direction through resolution, and then we would take the draft TUP and change the terms in the draft TUP.
Okay, all right. Thanks for clarifying that.
And Councillor Cole-Hamilton, our city manager, is going to weigh in as well. Oh.
Thank you. I think Ms. Wade got to that. Council would give us that direction. It doesn't mean it has to go away and come back. So if council would like to change the terms of the permit, we would just document that through your words in this meeting, and you bring that forward.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks. I disagree with changing the term to make it shorter than 3 years for two reasons. One, it creates uncertainty for the people who live in the facility. If they know that in a year or 18 months, somehow this is coming back to Courtenay Council, who may or may not agree that it continue. Two, it creates a lot of extra work for our staff to go through this whole permitting process over again, as well as BC Housing. What I think is preferable is that we get an undertaking from BC Housing that during the term of this temporary use permit, they come back and meet with us as a council at the 1 year and at the 2 year point to, in fact, let us know how far things are going. And ideally, they're having that sort of dialogue with staff in the interim. And so they are able to come back to us with good news that we've found a location to replace the Connect Center. We've got a property to build a new supportive housing complex. Here's our plans for what we're going to be doing with the lodge property. I think that's far more preferable than having to go through this sort of a process all over again in a year or 18 months. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Similar to the last comments, I think with the ability to terminate in 90 days without cause, I think it gives us all the powers council needs to act if something is out of place. And I do see a lot of extra work. We come back and staff and BC Housing have to go through this exact same process. And assuming that nothing's changed and nothing's gone awry, it would seem pointless to make sure that we have to go through all that work. So yeah, I wouldn't support any change to that. The concept of asking that BC Housing come back in a year and tell us how things are going, it sounds quite reasonable if council wanted to put that forth. And since I don't see any lights, I'll move the motion as recommended, and I'll let someone else make any additional additions to the motion. Would you like me to read it, Madam Clerk?
Do you want to read it out?
I wouldn't love to, but I will. I'll move that Courtenay Council approves the temporary use permit number 2301 and delegate the issuance of temporary use permit number 2301 to the Chief Administrator administrator officer once the following conditions have been met. A building permit application has been received that is complete and includes code compliance review to the satisfaction of the manager of building services. B, an executed operator agreement between BC Housing and Comox Valley Transition Society has been provided to staff. C, a fire plan acceptable to the fire chief. D, a security plan is received to the satisfaction of staff. E, a community advisory committee terms of reference is received to the satisfaction of staff. F, a good neighborhood agreement has been received to the satisfaction of staff. G, a statutory right-of-way plan and document for the city's water chamber on the property at 1885 Cliff Avenue has been received to the satisfaction of staff. H, letter of indemnity has been received as per section 502 of the Local Community Government Act.
Okay, we've got seconded by Councillor McCollum. Thank you. Okay, and now we have Councillor Hillian.
Thanks,
Go
Acting
ahead.
Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment that we add a condition I, that council require BC Housing to return at 1 year and 2 year intervals of the 3-year permit to present on the progress with addressing the housing issues in the city of Courtenay.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor Frisch beat you to it, sorry. Okay, so speaking to the amendment, Councillor Jolicoeur, did you have something else or are you prepared to speak to the amendment? Okay, so anyone like to speak to the amendment? Okay, so seeing none, I guess we'll vote on the amendment then. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. So going back to the recommendation with the amendment, we have Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. So not to keep going with this, but I just would like clarity if this is passing, the documents are going to staff, where and when does it get put forward as public record? How is the public going to know C through F is what I'm concerned about.
Pass it over to staff. Thanks.
Through the acting mayor to Council Jolicoeur, upon receipt of the material, we would then subsequently issue the permit and we would make that notification of that through media channels and council would be made aware.
And those documents on our website, where
we don't-
can the public
sorry.
review those? Because they're not in the package right now, which means the public can't review them. And so I would just like to know when those are received, what is the way in which that's.
Councillor Jolicoeur, sorry, I think we've got just instead of conversing with someone who doesn't have the floor, that would be great. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna, so we don't typically issue on our website items like individual permit conditions, but given the importance of this, we could set up a special tab on the website. We have it for different projects that would include that information. It's a very important topic of interest, so we could vary from our regular practice. Completely able to do that, and I recognize that would if that would give councils more comfort with respect to the availability of that. Generally though, just like any permit we issue, it's available for inspection through our office for people, so that's our requirements as a local government agency. But depending on the individual information inside those plans, we may or may not be able to. We might have to redact some information in those plans, but certainly we do our very best to have as much of that information publicly accessible. Again, should council proceed. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. I'm just trying to run a tight ship because there's lots to talk about. So let's go over to Councillor Frisch. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks again. I was just hoping to wrap up those concerns expressed by Councillor Jolicoeur. So to the city manager, I suppose, when these requirements are met and the temporary use permit is is given, would we get sort of just a memo to council letting us know to be received that it's gone through? Is that fair to request or assume that that'll happen?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, through acting mayor. Absolutely. Again, as I said, important topic, but I would stress that the motion as presented, there wouldn't be any engagement with council on the terms of those. And so that I know that matters on the floor. So
I understand. If an individual counselor wanted to get more information on that, I suppose, would that be, yeah, that would be available to us fairly easily. Okay, and if a member of the public wanted the same sort of information, and would they then go through staff? Is that a fair procedure for people to use? Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks for your indulgence, Acting Mayor. I know I've spoken several times. I just wanted to acknowledge that there was a question I meant to respond to earlier that came up earlier when an individual asked whether the lodge facility at the Super 8 property had security and staffing on site, and we've been advised that there are 2 staff on duty during the day and 1 overnight, and that there's a security person there 24/7. And I see the operator nodding in that regard. I also wanted to acknowledge all the people who have spoken to us about this, including the ones who have come here tonight. You know, we've had people who live in the neighborhood. We've had people who actually live at the facility, and I applaud that individual's courage in coming here tonight. And I know that there will be people in the community that will be unhappy about this if it passes, which I'm assuming it will. But we're in a position of having to address the issue of 60 to 70 people who won't have a place to live if we don't in fact approve this. And we have to continue to build a working relationship with BC Housing as they address these very difficult issues. And hopefully through this process, we've got a more solid commitment than we've had before to work together to solve this problem and make life better for all of us. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hillian. I'll just weigh in while I don't see any lights on about some of the questions that came up in comments. So we did have, I'm not going to go through them in a super organized fashion, but we did have in the written submissions as well as tonight some conversation about things happening in the neighborhood, the drug use on the street and stabbings. And I just wanted to stress, I actually asked the question of our law enforcement folks about some of the incidents that have happened around the Travel Lodge. And in fact, they did not involve anyone connected to the Travel Lodge. So, you know, we hear that there's something that's happened by Connect or it's happened by the Travel Lodge, and an assumption is made that that criminal act was committed by someone connected. And in fact, it wasn't. So I just wanted to provide clarity on that. And just that there were obviously a few comments from speakers around just general safety, picking up needles, those kinds of things in the neighborhood. And it sounded to me that the operator and in fact, some of the cleanup crews were prepared to branch out into other areas. And it sounds like a phone number would be provided to if you were noticing that in your neighborhood to give a call and see if those things could be addressed. And I did take note of the online speaker around provision of sharps containers, which I think we can always receive information on, you know, where are some additional places to put things like that. So I think again, we're veering off a little bit this temporary use permit to sort of the general concerns, but I just wanted to make sure that we address some of these comments and questions. I think the last thing that I'll just mention in response to the feedback is that we did receive a written submission saying that the deputy mayor, councillors and MLA all appeared on newscasts saying how great this is. And that would have been me and a couple of other people recently. And actually, it had nothing to do with this this temporary use permit at all. It was actually, I'm going to slide in a good news story here. It was actually about some peer assisted care teams that the Canadian Mental Health Association is going to be helping implement with the funding of the provincial government, and to respond to some of the disruption that we see in people in distress throughout the community, not just downtown, but in neighborhoods, et cetera. So that in fact had nothing to do with this temporary use permit. So I wanted to make that clarification. And another comment was that it's not a solution to homelessness. But I thought it was an interesting comment because this actually is housing people. And as Councillor Hillian pointed out, we are all under pressure to provide housing, and this is not the ideal way to have to make these decisions. But I think if we had 60 to 65 people unhoused, many of whom have made huge strides being housed over the last year and a half, 2 years, or however long at the Travel Lodge, we do see people, their lives deteriorating when they're out on the street. And we really want to, I think, prevent that from happening. We don't want to see more people on the street. And then we have more of the public being impacted by that. So those are just some of the comments that I wanted to make. And we do have the recommendation or the motion on the floor. And are there any other comments before we take the vote on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And we will, I think I'll just have us take a five minute, just in case people want to if people do want to leave, to allow for that to happen. Is that okay? Oh, yes. Unfortunately, no, but you could certainly, yeah, or you could send an email or ask. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Hillian will go talk to you on the break and see if we can answer. Thank you. Okay, folks, I'm gonna call us back. Are we still online? We're just muted.
We're muted when mics are off, so now your mic is on.
Okay, so we'll resume our meeting here, and we do have a couple delegations. So the first delegation we have is Island Health regarding climate change, health and community planning, co-benefits of climate adaptation. And we do have do we have all three presenters here? I know we have Dr. Charmaine Enns. Okay, and okay, Dr. Pavi Abernathy, come on up. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much to Mayor, Council and staff for the opportunity to be here for this delegation. Dr. Abernathy and I are going to do this together, and it's a short presentation, but I'd first of all like to introduce her. So Dr. Pavi Abernathy has been with us just a few months now in Island Health. Four. And Pavi comes with a PhD in social and ecological sustainability, multiple master's degrees. She's highly qualified in terms of education. She also has over 20 years experience as a practitioner and research in the field as it relates to public health and climate change. Before that, she worked in the private sector as a senior scientist and has many, many academic publications. So I just say all this to say we have a very highly qualified climate scientists with us now in Island Health as we're building our capacity and a program around built environment and climate change, which is something that's coming out of the pandemic in terms of our increasing capacity. So very happy to be here today with Pavi, and we're just going to take you through just a few slides on what work we're doing hopefully supports the work you're doing.
Okay.
You want me to do it?
Yes, please. All right, so the first we wanted to just briefly express our support for the excellent visionary work that you already are doing on climate change, public health, equity, and sustainability, because we hope that our work in collaboration with you will support all that work.
So we know that climate change isn't just a theoretical discussion anymore. It's having significant impacts on health and health of the population, and it's having impacts right here in our own backyard on Vancouver Island. So a recent example is the heat dome in 2021. We did have 55 heat-related deaths in that 1 week of elevated temperatures. Most of those deaths were in people over 60, and the majority of those deaths happened at home, and the majority of those deaths are related to nighttime temperatures. So when you don't have a significant cooling in your residence at night, that's where the danger is. So cooling centers, intermittent visiting cooling centers during the day, some benefit for some people, but the real benefit is what happens at night to make sure that those temperatures come down. We are seeing through our water systems on Vancouver Island increasing challenges with managing water quantity and drought. And in a water operator survey in 2021, 16% of the systems were already experiencing water shortages. So we have a lot of planning we need to do in preparation with our water systems and how they manage their water. When you look at what we expect over the next number of years, you can see on the side the number of days of increased temperature, the number of days that temperature is going to be hotter, the number of days with extreme rainfall, and the amount of rain increasing in those events are all on the increase. So we have issues with drinking water, water quality, water quantity, waterborne pathogens, we've got heat, we've got drought, we've got flooding, we have wildfires. So we have now increasing hotter, drier summers. So we have an extended wildfire season and wildfires getting closer to where we live. And with the wildfires, if you look from 2017 to 2021, in that 5-year period, 3 of the largest on record fire, like the consumption of fires for area, were in those 3 of our largest ever on record were in that 5-year span. And 2 of those years, 2017, 2018, I think, had over 1 million hectares burned. In 2023, we're already at over 1 million, and we're not even we're not through our wildfire season. So, and wildfires are interesting too, because while they're kind of created by climate change, they're also adding to climate change because of the amount, the huge quantities of greenhouse gases that are emitted during those fires. So we have issues of air quality, food safety, food security, what can we grow, how much does it cost, emerging pathogens. And then of course, in trying to talk about all of these things, doing it in a way where we don't actually just continue to drag down people's mental health, because the mental health issues are really important, I think, especially for our young people and for any of us who want to have a hope for the future. It can't be all doomsday or negative. So we have to do this in a way where we can empower people. And that's what both Patty and I really feel strongly about, is that we can give information that's empowering, because the message is it's happening, it's real, we need to adapt. And then how do we do that? And we can do that so that we don't feel like we're always on the reactive, we can be proactive. So the mental health issues are also very important.
And one of the things that we hope over the time help you with is when you're learning and recognizing the wide impacts of climate change on health, will help you also to prioritize so that your investments are getting the broadest possible positive impact. And I mean, we know that the urban concrete collects a lot of air and heat and can actually become really unbearable. But in addition to that, it doesn't permeate water. So all these things that are changing, no matter what caused them at the first place, that are already happening, are impacting health. And so the way you do urban planning and community planning has a significant impact over time. And I wanted to highlight here that picture from Portland that illustrates one of these community plans, that they are replacing some parking spots with this mini rain gardens, these bioswales, because one of the problems, in addition to heat, for instance, that we not even talk about, is that we're having this flooding and stormwater issues, and stormwater collects quite a bit of pollutants. So these are things that are flowing into your waterways, or damaging ecosystem in different ways. So being proactive, developing things that actually impact positively both health and the environment is quite significant.
So just a little quick example of some solutions specifically related to heat, because we're in that season right now. And I think I just want to start off by saying air conditioning is important, but it's not the answer. We can't see air conditioning as our answer for lots of different reasons, just because of, the drain it has on our electrical grid, but also what it means for cost and expectation. We can do more than that. So when you look at a good window, what a good window, like an E-grade window, but which has the insulation in it in the summer, the infrared is reflected off. So it doesn't actually come through the window. And in the winter, the reflection stays in, the heat stays in the house. So you want heat in the winter and you want it not to enter in the summer. Good windows are a really significant investment in terms of what it means for temperature control within your household. windows are also important in terms of how you manage in the daytime, where you keep you close your windows, for example, at 10 in the morning, you don't open them up again until 8 in the evening, when you can then get the cool air coming in. Fans, if you're going to use fans, fans are not the answer. Fans are not going to save you, but fans are useful for drawing in the cooler air from outside inside in the evening. So you need windows that can open. I believe big time in windows, and they're a good investment. Also for shading, so on your south or westerly outside walls, to have exterior shading on your windows, because that also has makes a big difference on what's coming into your residence. Why is this important? Because the most important temperature inside is at night. And that's where the vulnerability is, especially for vulnerable populations in terms of negative outcomes. So if your temperature in your household is 26 degrees, most people will be fine. Between 26 and 31, there's a segment of the population that will be at risk. But if your house inside is over 31 degrees, you're in trouble. And so that's why we also encourage indoor, if you don't have a way to monitor the temperature in your house, especially if you're a person who has vulnerabilities based on age or disease or medications, that you really, because it can be easy to not know how hot it is, especially when you get dehydrated. So managing your indoor temperature at night is really important, which is going to happen by how you manage the temperatures during the day. So I just wanted to bring up windows as a quick example of how to manage heat. Oh, yeah, that one.
So, but of course, climate change is not just emergencies. And that's the part that we really want to highlight and bring home. So we do need to work together to have the emergency preparedness. But it is this changing situation that we have, that we are going to have longer periods of hot weather. And it's not the mortality that we focus quite a bit on the worst case scenarios, but heat, for instance, can potentially detrimentally impact people with diabetes, people with kidney issues, people with heart condition, as well as young, and particularly those people who have multiple conditions, which is actually quite a high percentage of the population. So what we wanted to highlight here, because this excellent picture is from your official city plans, and I circled with red all those different aspects that are about the climate adaptation, because they are also health promotion. So all these green roofs and solar shades and multiple stream for the wastewater, they are all helping you to help your community become better and healthier. And one aspect is, of course, all these providing shade, but in addition to that, there are multiple studies that demonstrate how that your greatest superpower is actually your community cohesion. And we have these challenges right now that are about polarizing opinions. And the studies show that when people are outdoors and there is green space and places to meet and gather, there is actually spontaneous interaction, and that even improves the community safety and requires less policing. So we're talking about the co-benefits, and there are a lot of different things that you can do in your urban planning, and you have beautiful plans, but just highlighting that, for instance, planting trees has all this, and I'm only picking up one extra little co-benefit. In Paris, they have a plan to plant 170,000 trees, and they started a couple of years ago, 2018, and their early studies are demonstrating that actually businesses that have trees and greenery in front of them are doing better than those that don't. And it is potentially only partially because of, they haven't done the studies of why, but the point is that it provides shade, but it's also attractive. So creating these positive, good environments that is also good for the livelihoods and businesses that being oftentimes people in North America particularly worried if that is losing the parking spaces, but it actually turns out that it's probably more beneficial to have those trees and a couple of more fewer parking spaces and park a little further and walk than it is to have the impermeable concrete. Yes. So the point of our talk today was just to superficially touch the surface, but invite you to work with us. So we are going to have, we're building a healthy environments and climate change program to work with communities. So our goal is actually to support you to create climate resiliency and have healthy, good community health. So we are inviting people to join us to our advisory forum or committee to help us build the program so it supports you in a meaningful manner. So we are, within our mandate, we are able to support you and how we can do our work better so it actually helps you. And then we're going to have a community gathering. Some of you may have heard about it. We were trying to do it in the spring, last spring, but decided to postpone it to make it definitely address all the issues here on the island and do it in a way that it meets your needs. So we are going to have a community forum, hopefully early January, and where we're going to showcase different success stories on the island and connect you with your neighbors and provide you with new innovative ways to pool resources and what we can do together with our limited resources. So our question for you is just help us understand what your needs are so we can work together.
And that's it. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll open up to questions, comments from council. Oh, there we go. Councillor Cole-Hamilton, go ahead.
Great, thanks very much, Acting Mayor, and thanks so much, Dr. Charmaine and Pivy for the presentation. One of the things I think I'll perhaps take away most clearly from that was just you're talking about the challenges of extreme heat and the fact that it's nighttime temperatures that are so crucial for people in that situation. I think that it puts into perspective the kind of solutions that we need to be driving, and I guess that's how you can help us is by providing that sort of that health lens in relation to climate change to the different policies that we're looking at. Like there's a zero carbon step code which has been introduced, which will have an impact on whether perhaps people have heat pumps in their houses or not. And it seems like heat pumps are probably one of the solutions which actually would make an impact on those nighttime temperatures that have a big health outcome. Anyway, there just seems to be a specific example of how when we're developing policy, we could be talking to you about how to ensure that it has optimal health outcomes for the community. And I know that with our OCP, we've reached out to and worked with Island Health, and I believe got an endorsement from Island Health on the plan, because it was, sort of building that kind of policy that promotes public health. So I think if you can help us identify like sort of co-benefits and areas where policy can help to drive community health in the right direction, then that's going to be a very fruitful collaboration. So anyway, thanks again.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. Yeah, I have the similar thoughts about, what sort of policies are we looking at in Courtenay that we aren't already looking at? And of course, our OCP does contemplate a lot of that. One thing you mentioned that I don't know that we've or thought about, and maybe we do, and staff could mention it, but it's window shading and the idea of fans. And I don't see a lot of that in construction, that idea. I mean, it's maybe in newer designed houses or modern designs, you're seeing stuff like window shadings. But I could see that being a huge benefit for cutting down on energy use in the summer, and also the ability to suck air into your upstairs of a house from the downstairs, which is kind of the way convection brings it anyways. That's not terribly possible without leaving windows and doors open downstairs. And I know, so I don't know if there are places that have policies that encourage design elements, and even what those design elements are. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that particular technique and who's doing that and what we could look at.
I must say that I wouldn't pull out of my top of my head, but that's how I think that we can work together, is that question I would take back and investigate and see what, so we're not experts on building as such. We are experts on our health outcomes, but is exploring what are the ways in which because healthy communities are sustainable communities, and sustainable communities and sustainable building is also supporting health. So to whatever extent we can find that type of information, I would be more than happy to share.
Great, thank you very much. And I guess staff know that they can reach out to you if they need help. I'm sure that they have resources too. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks to you both. My previous career in public health, so this is very happy to see this coming forward today. I guess my question is if there's any, and similar to Councillor Cole Hamilton, in terms of sharing some ideas, specific ideas beyond what's been shared today around ways in which we can take action that's also in alignment with our OCP, but really clearly understanding that we're in a region. Courtenay is part of a larger region, and the climate impacts us regionally and regionally even on Vancouver Island. And so I am curious if there are ways in which the Health Authority has started to think about where its place is in supporting climate adaptation directly, whether it be through funding or through programs, and how that might play into a regional model here in Comox Valley.
Okay. So actually, thanks for the question. The Community Climate Forum is actually the first step in that direction, where we are hoping to, like I said, showcase some of the known things, but also bring you different representatives from the whole region, and we hope it to be big, together, so that we can start that discussion to find out, instead of us deciding that this is our role, working. So we try actually the bottom-up equal partners approach here to see where do you see that our role could be in supporting you. We have some ideas in different kinds of data, providing different types of data, which is not just what we have provided so far, but actually hoping to have asset-based approaches. So maybe we can work with you to map your strengths in the area. So instead of looking just the vulnerabilities and climate change, also helping you to identify who are the different stakeholders in your region who actually could be working together, pooling your resources that you haven't thought about yet. So that's just one little example. But the idea is that we are building our capacity. We're actually hiring a lot of staff. So we don't know yet how much we can do, but the idea is to identify where can we help to find funding, where can we pull in and bring our connections with the academic research to serve our needs, meaning your needs, and our needs is addressing the health outcomes, working with you and strengthening your capacity to build that climate resiliency. So we have some ideas, but we'd like to actually hear you first, if that helps, and figure out how we best can support you and build probably even different kind of like youth programs. Who knows? Because I've worked previously in peer leadership development in public health.
Yeah. And do you have something, Dr. Haynes? No. I guess just really quickly, my other curiosity, we spoke mostly about heat and water in the presentation today, but I'm also curious, and maybe it's not for today, but around the way in which your team is looking at air quality as a result of forest fires, adaptation and supports that the Health Authority can be working with the region. And then this photo, my colleagues have heard me talk lots about our tree canopy. And I appreciate this. And so I'd love to also hear your thoughts around our urban tree forest strategy and our policy around that at some point, because that's something that's a curiosity for myself. And the community is growing. We're building a lot of housing right now. And sometimes that means that older trees get cut down as a result and then replanted. And so I'm not an expert in that field around what that impact looks like, but it'd be something I would see if you had any research and be able to share with us.
I would be more than happy to share the research with you. And I wanted to highlight that we just hired full-time Healthy Built Environments consultant that is responsible for the North. So Nancy Clements, with whom I'm working, she's been in the area for a long time, but she used to be more in the drinking water side. And so we would be more than happy to work with you with all of these different aspects, and also finding scientific evidence, but also creating evidence, working with you, because you also maybe need to have specific knowledge for and what is happening in your region and what are the numbers in your region.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the things that we hope to work with you over time.
Our city manager had a comment.
Through the acting mayor, if other councillors didn't have any questions, in my previous life in the regional district of Nanaimo, we work closely with Allen Health on healthy communities. I would suggest that the regional growth strategy function talks about healthy communities, and there's a upcoming review of that. There may be an opportunity to focus that kind of discussion. Other regions have also incorporated in what in the past had typically been kind of a green building speaker series or learning series, to go to what Councillor Frisch was talking about, because throughout the region we have a lot of innovative building that happens, and so I think that would suggest there might be an opportunity to have a dialogue there. Mayor Wells had shared an invitation from Island Health to have a meeting at UBCM to discuss matters of interest with Island Health. So I believe I'd send an email out to council. So, I think that would be maybe these are some of the ideas that we would want to speak. So I'd look for council to have some direction on that end. And at a staff level, we just had a meeting today to discuss some of those areas, and definitely air quality as well as kind of these community health indicators was raised.
Thanks. Councillor Jolicoeur, you didn't have another? Okay, great. Any other comments? Doesn't appear to be so. So thank you so much. And we'll let you get on with your evening, and we'll go on to the next delegation. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, next we have Don Collins for the Cycling Without Age, the Courtenay chapter of the Cycling Without Age presentation. Hi, John. Now, there we go. Just have to turn on the mic. Here you go.
I moved here a year ago from Kelowna. I retired, and I noticed that they didn't have a Cycling Without Age here in the Comox Valley. So I'm pretty passionate about it, and I'm going to give you a brief overview about what it's all about today. Cycling Without Age is a nonprofit volunteer organization that was started in Copenhagen. It's international, and it takes our seniors and our less mobile out on what we are calling trishaws, what you see in the picture right there, for free rides. The chap that started it in Copenhagen is Ole Kassau. He did it with one trishaw, and now this is just North America. There's 50 countries, 3,000 chapters, and I'm one of those little dots on Vancouver Island, so people can focus in on that and get my email address and connect with me. So the process of becoming Cycling Without Age was I applied to the international organization to become an affiliate. And that just means that I'm affiliated. They don't provide any funding. They provide guidance, mentorship. I have an opportunity to go into their chat rooms, training resources, educational materials, and it's just basically a mentorship and guidance from them. They encourage each chapter to develop their own community partners and what it looks in the community. And mine, I'll get to next. So I've partnered with Oceanfront, the manager at Oceanfront, so that I could store my Tri-Shot in his secure basement, and he will charge the batteries for, by the way, it's an e-powered bike. Charge the batteries for me. He also encouraged the staff to help transfer their seniors onto my bike. I don't know, you're probably all very familiar with the Riverway Air Park. I'm new. Air Park Trail. It's beautiful. It's flat. It's pretty much paved. It's right out the back of Oceanfront. It loops behind City Hall, and this is just a picture of it along the estuary. It's absolutely the perfect situation. The Views had a bike before, but they had to ride St. Joe's. They had to ride on the road. There's no traffic. So I'm really excited about that. There's different bikes on the product for sale. They're basically kind of the same. Most of them are out of Copenhagen, with the exception on the bottom left, which is made in Calgary. The one that we're aiming for is something called a Trio Taxi. It's top of the line. Again, it's an e-bike. It's got a seat belt. The front plate comes off so you can load the people onto it. They're out of Copenhagen, but there happens to be one in Bishops in Victoria. So that's my goal. So this is all about intergenerational relationships. It's about storytelling. It's about getting our seniors, or helping our seniors with their isolation issues, social isolation. Both the pilots and the riders have a profound effect by making these relationships. You could be out with your friend, and what the funny part of this picture is, the lady on the right has a shot glass in her hand. Out with a friend, or you can be with your dad or your dog or whoever. It's about relationships and friendships and helping our seniors. So this is just a shot about volunteers, and I've spoken to a lot of different groups, and I've got a nice long list of volunteers. Most of them are willing to be pilots. I need more skill sets, but I think that will develop as I go forward. So there's my contact information. Can't see with my glasses. I do have an email, Cycling Without Age. There's more information with the cyclingwithoutage.org. That is a better website if you're interested. There is a cyclingwithoutage.ca, which isn't as comprehensive. So if you're interested and want to learn more, there's a ton of information there. This is evidence-based. We know that our seniors that get out of their four walls sleep better, eat better, take less medications. There's some evidence that the aggression in Alzheimer's and dementia is less because their inner happiness is better. The guy that started this, the first rider that he had out, she had not spoken for 3 months, and she was just nonstop talking after that. So it's a win-win for the community. It's win-win for our seniors, helping our seniors. And we have the infrastructure already. I've approached Trail Bicycles and they'll do the maintenance of my bike. One detail though is I don't have the bike yet, but that's coming. So next steps, I spoke to Mayor Wells about the barriers that I feel. And that is that I've got a corporate sponsor for this. The total of this kit would be about $20,000. I've got a corporate sponsor for about $12,000 and the rest will come. But the corporate sponsor needs a tax receipt. So my in-kind support request from this group is if you would consider emulating the community model that is happening in the district of Invermere. So there, the city, so the Cycling Without Age fundraised, got the bike, and gave it over to the city, who is issuing the tax receipt because it's a charity. I could become a charity, but that's a lot more involved than I am wanting to do when this is already set up. So also in Invermere, they put the Cycling Without Age bikes under their property insurance, and Cycling Without Age pilots and riders are under their municipal liability insurance. They also issue the tax receipts. So the finance department, if anybody makes a donation at the city, then they'll issue a tax receipt right then. And they will put it into their city bank account, which is separate for Cycling Without Age. I think that's it. If anybody, the city also, Invermere, District of Invermere also gives Cycling Without Age Invermere a $2,000 grant every year just to cover sort of equipment expenses, etc. I have a contact person who is the director of finance that I've spoken to a couple of times in the district of Invermere, if anybody wants to follow up. And that's it. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. We do have a couple lights on here, so we'll start with Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation, Dawn, and getting this initiative started here. Like, what a great thing this is. I've never heard of it. I did walk past your booth on Canada Day, and I did see you busily chatting to a few people as I walked by. So it sounds like you probably made a number of connections that day.
A lot of interest.
Yeah. It's good to get the visibility and the word out too. Yeah, I had a couple of questions. One is you're speaking to local politicians, and we do know a lot of people. So I'm curious to know what other skill sets you're looking for in your volunteer groups. If you just want to expand on that a bit, you never know who we might know or. Yeah.
Right. Good question. I don't really have that list of skill sets right now, but I mean, it's simple things like standing at the farmer's market and being visible. It would be, there's a bunch of waivers that need to be printed off. There is a tick list that needs to happen before you get on the bike. I want a chief pilot trainer. I don't have time to train everybody. It's quite extensive. We went to Sydney, who is a very prominent Cycling Without Age chapter, and they have a beautiful pilot training program. So we've got the material. So to answer your question, there's little things on the top of my head. There's bookkeeping. There's following up if the city takes us on, following up with the city. What's left in our bank account? I can't be it all, you know.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, that's a good list and gives a sense of the different aspects that you're trying to organize at this point in your process. Not at all surprised to see that that's a $20,000 bike. It looks really well made and specialty and designed in a way with mobility challenges in mind. So as you were presenting, I had it in my mind like, wow, that's got to be an expensive piece of equipment. So that's great that you have a corporate sponsor that's going to get you more than halfway to the finish line on that.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
So I misled you. The whole kit, I'm gonna guess, and Mayor Wells helped me with this number. The bike itself is $15,000. A few accessories or a couple $100 on that. I need a storage locker. I need helmets. I need bike pumps. So, you know, when you put all that together, I need advertising equipment, another sandwich board, you know, to put all that together, and that's ballpark.
Okay, yeah, that's actually, I assumed it was just the bike because it looks like quite a piece of equipment. So yeah, okay, that's good context. Yeah, so I mean, generally how we do it with the delegation is that we discuss the specific requests at the next meeting. But what you've outlined, usually we're getting a request specifically for a financial contribution, and I was wondering how the in-kind piece would work. So it is an interesting idea. I haven't heard city finance resources used like that, but I mean, what you've outlined makes sense. But something I wondered about, even with the fundraising aspect, is have you had any dialogue with the Comox Valley Community Foundation?
I have.
Yeah, because I wondered if they would be able to do like the tax receipting and maybe also some additional financial support for your project, whether or not they could kind of answer two of those things.
I would have to become a charity before I could get any kind of grants or funds from them. The new the new person I spoke to. So it's one step at a time. Hopefully that will come. It's baby steps.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I do know that there is some, you know, you basically need a lawyer involved, or there's some steps involved for getting to the point of having a registered charity. So I do understand the barrier that you're speaking to there. And then just one other thing I wanted to clarify. You have a great location in mind, what you're planning on doing in combination with the assisted living and senior residents makes excellent sense. And I'm wondering if there's a thought to expanding to other locations, or if this is the project that you have in mind is in that location and servicing the residents in that area, or if you're thinking about other areas in the Comox Valley. Or
I've thought about the big picture, but I have to start. I have to launch first. One bike, one resident, one trail. Most of these long-term care or seniors residents have buses, because then you add on a trailer, pardon me, if we go to different places. Glacier View is not appropriate for cycling anywhere around there. And at this point, Casa Loma and that other one down there, it would be unfair to ask a volunteer pilot to take the bike from Ocean Front and cycle down there to pick up a couple of seniors. So right now it is, I just have to launch, and I'm going to speak to the different senior centers and say, this is what I'm doing. In the future, do you want to bus some of your people here? So it's not just seniors, it's immobility issues. You know where I'm going to be. There's a lot of volunteer pilots that are on my list. So we can make use of the bike is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. And yeah, that location is so suitable for that kind of thing. So yeah, it's a great idea. And thanks for bringing this initiative forward.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks, Don, for your work on this. I find it really interesting. Did you say you talked to the Cycling Coalition? I know they have, some.
And they're more about the trail system. It wasn't about, and it's about safe cycling. It wasn't about cycling with seniors or cycling with immobility as much. So I didn't get a lot of
you know, didn't get a lot of traction. Yeah.
No.
I'm just trying to think of other community groups that you can, you know, tie into that will have some volunteer power. But I think you'll find some interest in the community for sure, because we have tons of cyclists and of course, lots of seniors that would probably enjoy this. So I look forward to considering this at a future meeting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor Wells, because I'm new, I don't have any credibility in this community. He emailed all the presidents of the Rotaries. So I had only got into one and now I'm on the agenda. So that will help too. I'm part of newcomers because I'm new. So I got a lot of volunteers there. I've done a lot of talking. Susie, I talked to Susie the other day. She put me on to Janet Hutchinson at Evergreen. So yeah, it's going. It's just not quick as I want it to go. I wanted the cycling season with a little senior on the front.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Yeah, good work. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Sounds a wonderful concept. It also sounds to me like you're doing it by yourself.
My husband's a good sport.
Yeah. The point I was going to make is that all the tasks you listed as being required is what you usually get from having an organization.
Mhm.
And you know, I think that it would be unusual for us to enter into any type of arrangement like this with an individual. Whereas if you actually have an organization that you're part of, and what I mean is if there's a local chapter, you know, you've got kind of a board of volunteers, a structure and some sort of a basis to approach people in the community for financial and other types of support. To me, that would be a fairly important step to go through, which I think is what people are alluding to when they suggest contacting organizations like the Cycling Coalition and others.
Yes, and I agree. I didn't know what I didn't know. And I'm just at the point that my feelers are out there and people are responding and volunteering to, and, you know, I said, I'm going to have a committee. Do you want to be on it? Just,
Yeah, well, good.
yeah.
Best of luck with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. No more lights. I would just say that I think it's wonderful. It's the pictures tell it all with the smiles on the faces. And excuse me, I actually know a young woman who's quadriplegic, and it's something that I know she would love. Excuse me, love to. She feels very isolated, and I think it would be wonderful for folks with mobility issues as well as seniors. Sorry, I lose my voice. Excuse me. You did mention that there is Vermeer has an arrangement, and I'm assuming these other, you know, that whole map of chapters have different ways that this is working, and that might be something to gather to present all the different ways this is operating in other communities. But we will go away and bring this back at a future meeting, and I don't know if there's anything else to do at this point, but just thank you for your presentation, and we'll follow up.
Thank you. Would it help if I listed different chapters and how they've dealt with their chapter in their community? So
Yeah,
some
I
are
mean,
societies.
I think whatever information you could provide on how it's working in other communities could be helpful. Yeah.
Okay. Do I send it to you?
Without doing tons of work all by yourself as a one-person team.
No, I've already got it all. I've spoken to a lot of the chapters, so.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that sometimes if you can rally some support, there will be someone out there who can help you become a nonprofit who can do that work for you as well. But anyway, thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I hope it comes to fruition for you. Thanks. Okay. Well, excuse me, I know we had a break a little while ago, but it is almost 7 o'clock and we do have some food. So I think we will take a short dinner break. What do people, about 15 minutes? Does that sound reasonable? Okay, thank you. We'll be back. Okay, folks, we're gonna get started. I guess we're waiting for one counselor here. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda, under staff reports, corporate services, the resident survey, your Courtney, your voice unique question selection.
Second.
Okay, and do we have any questions or comments, or do we want to hear anything from staff? I think we need to hear a little bit about what it's about. Okay, let's go ahead. I have to find you here. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, council. So you may recall very recently I came to council letting you know that we are going to be engaging in a resident survey this summer. I promised to come back with the opportunity to vet some of the objectives of the questions to fill in that 5-minute variable space of the full 15-minute survey. I put it out to staff. I also looked at some of the council strategic priorities. And before you've got the recommendations as to what we would like to fill that 5-minute space with, including questions regarding our current city crest and community identity, improvements or changes to the city's image overall. That's our corporate branding image. How residents become aware of city initiatives, decisions, and services. So how they like to be communicated with and engage with the city. And basically, is there something that they'd like to see that they think would have a drastic impact on their quality of life? Either something we're providing or something we're not providing. And lastly, this one really is more for benchmarking as we go down the journey, as Kyle would say, of becoming an anti-racist city. So I wanted to get a benchmark on what the public's perspective was on the city's efforts in promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then that way, as we roll through the development of new policies and initiatives, we'll know how far we've come. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. We have Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, really happy to see this come forward and to see the direction that staff have been taking this. I think it really captures a lot of what I had questions around the first time this was brought forward. Really appreciate that the city crest is in there. I'm just wondering, so the third bullet around how residents become aware of initiatives, decisions, and services. Would that also include how we engage with residents when we do community engagement? Say, for example, the current flood mitigation engagement that we're doing, and then my second question around the last bullet around promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Are we able also to ask the ways in which we support? Because I think supporting is an act, like actions that we're taking, whether it be from infrastructure perspective or from the programs that we offer. Promoting, I also see in terms of the words we use, the statements that we make, the things that we proclaim, for example. And so I'm just wondering if that's kind of included in the word promoting.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Great question. So, for the first one in regard to the communication component, there's already existing questions regarding it that are included in the benchmarking pieces that have to do with how people like to be engaged with. So really, this was more along the lines of, are we missing something? So it's a question more related to not just what we're doing, because we have questions on the survey that are already asking that, but more what they would like us to do. And then the questions regarding how they're engaging, those are already standard benchmark questions that are included in the survey. Regarding the question of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, this one is a bit challenging. So the way this survey is run through the phone survey, there's not any opportunity to provide context. Like on a written one, you've got some descriptors. If you think about our flood management survey that's going on right now, there's lots of background material to read and engage with. This is really, what are your quick thoughts? What's your knee-jerk reaction or your knee-jerk kind of perception on something? So we can look at changing it from promoting to what we're doing, but likely what would happen is whether or not it's just a gap in public awareness versus yes, actuality, that's kind of why I selected promoting as opposed to something more specific. But I can also see once I've got the draft survey questions, if this doesn't necessarily mean there'll be one question for each item. We may actually need to have one and then a follow-up question in order to really get at what the objective is.
Great, thank you. And thanks for turning your mic back on, Councillor McCollum, because I messed up there. So go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, no problem. I had wondered if I turned it on at all. So now I know. Yeah, I am very much in support of the line of questions that we're looking at adding. And I also really appreciate that they're open-ended type questions. I think it can provide better insight in many ways when people can respond in a way that first comes to mind as opposed to trying to fit their answer into a specific framework. But then that did have me wondering two things about the standardized questions, because we haven't seen those yet, is whether or not they have a similar format if they're open-ended like this, or if they are kind of a more standard frameworks. I know that we're looking to revisit those when we do this process in future. And then my second question in relation to that is, previously when I've seen these kind of surveys conducted, I often find the general nature of the questions around the services can sometimes make it difficult to interpret what to do with those responses. For example, if you ask whether or not a resident wants more transportation service, one person might be thinking that they want more sidewalk crossings, and another person may be thinking about a intersection widening. Or in policing, there's so many different things that a resident could want around policing, not necessarily it's a good service, or I want more of that service or less of that service. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to those type of questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCollum, through Acting Mayor to the rest of Council. That's an excellent question. So how the standard survey questions work is in some of the question framework, we ask about from a disagree to a strongly agree Likert scale. In other ones, like for example, something like in your view as a resident of the city of Courtenay, what is the most important issue facing the community? That is the one issue you feel should receive the greatest attention from your local elected leaders. And that is open-ended, but it is the answers or potential answers that we can then select based on what they provide us back. So we're not guiding them in any way. Under each category, say transportation or development infrastructure, poverty, economics, there's about 5 to 10 themes within each of those that we can then select. So it's a bit of a mix. Really, the only ones that are open-ended are the ones from the unique questions. At the same time, we do try to theme them as much as we can, just so that way we're not having to code the data at the end of the day and interpret it that way. So it's a bit of a mix, but I think the questions are written in a more modern way than how they used to be.
Okay, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks. Is this the same survey that we talked about a little while ago where we're going to phone 200 people?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
And
so
it's 300 people.
300 people, right? And they're going to be randomly selected?
Randomly selected through cell phone and landlines. And then we're also running a simultaneous online version of the survey. That way individuals can self-select to participate should they choose to do so.
Right. So two things. First of all, it's been kind of interesting because we've actually had feedback from a couple of people recently about how we do surveys. One of whom didn't like the idea of paying $30,000 to people to phone 300 people, and the other who thought the survey on the flood strategy was too complex. Anyway, my question was really geared at the city logo, and you know, I guess I suspect that we'll get a lot of feedback from people saying that the logos doesn't reflect anything Indigenous, and you know, that it's maybe somewhat superficial or whatever. But I'm just wondering if there's going to be any opportunity for people who might have lived in the community a longer time to weigh in. You know, given that there's a significant number of people who are attached to the history of the community and who find it more challenging when we make changes in these types of things. And so it's just concern about if folk who have those types of perspectives don't feel like they're consulted, and we come up with all sorts of recommendations to go in a different direction.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hillian, through the acting mayor to the rest of council. That is a fantastic thing to point out, because the outcome of the feedback from that question will not result in a change in logo. That is information I'll then provide back to council. And then if council would like to give direction for staff to come back with the options as to how you would go about making a change to a logo, we can then bring you back options. In my experience in past municipalities, sometimes you form committees. It can take years, because especially when you have a community that is evolving and you have kind of old school and new people, and that is sometimes conflicting. So it is a very, very rigorous process. People have lots of passion towards the old and the new, and that's something that needs to be navigated with a lot of consideration. So this is just the dipping our toe in to see if there's public interest, and if there is, we'll give council some options and you can give us direction.
Sure. And just as a final point, we do have a heritage committee, and I think it would probably be a courtesy to put it on their agenda just as something that the city is doing so that they are aware of it.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, great. I don't see any more lights. So we do have the motion on the table. Excuse me, I'm having trouble with my voice here. So I guess we'll just vote on that. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's unanimous, carried, thanks. Excuse me. We're moving on to development services. The change in legislation request for reconsideration. And this is a couple zoning amendments that we're revisiting because of some legislative changes. So the first one is 1814 Grieve Avenue. So and I'll just go over to Councillor Hillian. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that council rescind the the motion that council give first and second reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 3063 for 1814 Grieve Avenue that was passed at the previous meeting.
Okay. Great.
And if I can just briefly speak to it, as laid out in our agenda, there's a procedural issue that requires us to do this again, and we're advised that simply rescinding the motion that was passed earlier gives us the ability to then move the new recommendation. So that's the rationale.
Okay, and do we need to hear from staff on this at all, or is this pretty straightforward? Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Moore. Yeah, just for a point of clarification, with Bill 26, it requires that we give notice of not requiring the public hearing, and that has to happen before first reading. That's why we're sending first and second reading of the bylaw. Then we defer, that becomes part of the next council meeting, and the notice can go out because we still need the motion that we're not requiring the public hearing.
Right. Okay, so we're going to vote on the first motion, which is to rescind. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And there is another recommendation here, and we'll go with Councillor Hilly. And again, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council consider first, second, and third reading of zoning amendment bylaw number 3063, 1814 Grieve Avenue at the July 26, 2023 council meeting. The council not hold a public hearing as per section 4642B of the Local Government Act. The zoning amendment bylaw number 3063, 1840 Grieve Avenue is consistent with the city's official community plan. And the council directs staff to issue public notice as per section 467 of the Local Government Act that a public hearing will not be held for zoning amendment bylaw number 3063, 1814 Grieve Avenue.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion on that? And Councillor Jolicoeur.
This is on Grieve, yeah? We're still on Grieve?
Yes.
Yes. So the new OCP also lays out, this is a question for staff, the legislation lays out the requirement to give notice that we are not going to hold a public meeting prior to first reading, and that is also supported in our OCP. Is that correct?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Moore. So where this legislation comes from is at one time the Local Government Act is where there was a section in there to actually for council to be able to do a motion to not require a public hearing. Bill 26 has changed that. And what has happened is now we need to give notice of not holding a public hearing prior to first reading. It's not tied to the OCP. It's a development procedures process and a Bill 26 and Local Government Act.
So I will not be supporting this. Again, similar to my thoughts when we considered it the first time. Section A of the covenant around the community amenity contribution. I still do believe that we can have an opportunity to have an increase in the contribution from the proponent. Even in speaking since the last meeting with a realtor friend around the value that the proponent will receive as a result of the division of the lot into 3 lots. You know, the $8,000, you know, they've hired a consultant. It just feels like that's something that I would have liked, and I would like staff to go back and negotiate. So at this point, I'm not willing to support the motion. Thanks.
Okay, no other questions. Voting on the motion, all in favor? And anyone opposed? Councillor Jolicoeur opposed. Thank you. That's carried. All right, so we do have another one of these. This is 4655A Madrona Place. Same scenario. And we will go to Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I'll move that we rescind the following motion in accordance with section 40 of the council procedure bylaw. That you want me to read it? Or can I just say that we want to rescind the first and second reading of Madrona Place, 4655A Madrona Place?
Thank you. And the seconder? Councillor McCollum. Okay, any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that's carried unanimously. And we do have a similar recommendation for this one. Councillor Frisch.
I'll move that council consider first, second, and third reading of zoning amendment bylaw number 3095 for 4655A Madrona Place. And that council not hold a public hearing. Oh, sorry, at the July 26, 2023 council meeting, that council not hold a public hearing as per section 464 subsection 2, subsection B of the Local Government Act as the proposed zoning is consistent with the official community plan and that a public notice is given as per section 467 of the Local Government Act.
And Councillor McCollum seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried unanimously. Okay, we're moving on to financial services. The next item is the 2024-2025 RCMP municipal policing contract approval and principal. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks. I'd like to move that council provide approval in principle for an RCMP expenditure cap of $7,491,284, representing a 31.4 member strength for the 2024-25 municipal policing contract.
Seconder. Councillor McCollum. Any questions or discussion? Oh, there we go. City Manager Garbutt.
Thank you through the acting mayor. Mr. Langemeyer can speak to this report. Council was pretty clear in the discussion regarding RCMP statistics that in order to have a good consideration of changes to force strength, there should be some strategic planning that underway. I've spoken to Inspector Gerbers. He's aware of that. And I believe we advised Comox as in a similar question as it relates to that strategic planning. Mr. Langemeyer might have a couple other comments.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hello. Wonderful to be here again tonight. I'm always surprised at how loud I sound. Right on topic. So the report before you is an annual requirement for us to give that approval in principle of how our RCMP member strength and the estimated costs we're willing to pay for that strength. The agreement allows, or the information we send off to the province and the feds allows them to, build their budgets for future years to know how many members they need. It's not as exciting for us to see because we're not changing our member strength. But if you can imagine, you're pulling information from every single municipality that has RCMP, and all these little changes add up to a lot of needs a couple of years out. So that's why there's the requirement to give the approval in principle. And then we bring the same or very similar report back to say, let's confirm this. And that comes in the spring of the following of next year. One thing I want to point out here is when we create our financial plan, we do our best estimation of what the future per member cost is going to be. And in that financial implications section, I've taken what our financial plan says for the 24-25 year. And with the new information from the RCMP, what that actual cost per member is has risen by $6,800. Putting that together, the impact on our 31.4 member force gives us a budget shortfall of just about $200,000. These numbers will still focus in a little bit from the RCMP cost, but we won't see probably substantial change. So this is a driver you'll see in our budget deliberations. There's a couple of different methods we could fund this from. A piece would be continuing with our routine of funding 2 members from gaming funds. And we can see where the current year's RCMP actual usage was. We may be seeing a surplus in that area. So it could be reasonable to bridge that increase from money that was unspent in the current year. I want to reiterate that with the discussion that occurred at a council meeting not long ago, this is not in response to that council direction. This is a routine requirement of us. Thank you, and that's all.
Great, that's wonderful. Okay, we've got Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks. Thanks, Acting Mayor. On the second page of the staff report, it establishes some of the cost drivers that the RCMP contract is experiencing for 24-25. The body worn camera is $3,000 per frontline member. Do we understand that as, are we covering the full cost of the cameras, or is the provincial funding for local RCMP services covering a portion of that? Do we have any idea what that policy looks like and how much we're covering?
I can speak a little bit to this. I've seen this item on the RCMP, this document for a number of years. And I can't answer with 100% certainty if we're covering the whole cost because we cover 90% of the RCMP costs. The detail on if that is the final cost is still unknown because they don't have the items in place. And I know a lot of the challenges was it wasn't just a one-time cost to purchase the cameras. It was the ongoing cost of dealing with the data that comes out of it and how to store it. And that was leading to this project extending for more years.
Yeah, and we know that the province came down with their policy requiring this. And so that's where my question, if the province is going to end up in support of the body worn cameras, it just was curious if they're willing to step up to pay for some of the costs. And I guess my last question is around city manager's comments around Comox also kind of reviewing the same piece. I'm wondering in our budget process, it says here that we had a certain amount allocated and now receiving these cost drivers. So the timing of what we've received for the RCMP members increases of salary and then also the PSC's employee salary, is that something that is typically provided to the city in advance of our budgetary process, or do we receive it afterwards?
When I base the information that's in the 2024 year, I'm using information that likely could be from 2022 because we're forecasting forward and out. So what I do is I take inflationary number and apply it to the best information I have. And so that's why our projection is not spot on with what the numbers are today, because we don't have the information at that time.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Our city manager has a comment.
Through the acting mayor, thank you, Councillor Jolliker. Just to council generally, in my last the 2 years that I've been as a city manager, there's been a very distinct change in interest in some of these budget items. It is our largest budget driver, and we often reference it. But I would say respectfully, in many years past, there wasn't a lot of deliberation directly with the RCMP on that, and council's been very clear about the desire for that. We've communicated that to our chief constable, and we're going to be improving that process. So we really appreciate council's input on that. That's come up a number of times, and I know that the dialogue that we've had Inspector Kerbers and his representatives that have been engaging with council we'll work together towards that. So we really appreciate council's direction in that regard.
Great, thank you. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, acting mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to summarize what jumped out for me reading this, and maybe you want to correct me if I've misunderstood, but basically, we have to forecast what we expect our RCMP expenses to be at beginning of our fiscal year, because theirs doesn't align with ours. Theirs is April 1st. And then there's a pretty small discrepancy between what we had forecast and what the RCMP have now provided subsequent to our budget process. But what jumped out for me is that year over year, the increase is about 8%. From last year to this year, and I believe the year before it was over 10. So we've seen an 18% increase over 2 years, and as far as I can tell, that's for the maintaining the same level of service. And I just think it's worth pointing out. This is the biggest part of our budget. It was also a graph that jumped out at me in our annual report, that just what a huge piece of our budget this makes up, and how very little control we have over this expense. We're looking at cost escalations at a similar level, but we're adding staff and capacity with that amount, and the increases that we see with the RCMP, we're just addressing contractual increases without really seeing additional members or changes to what we're receiving. So I think it's just worth pointing out. And if I have any of that wrong, please correct me. And then it's just one small question. You have some forecasted expenses that are coming down the line for our next budget cycle. And do you have a sense of what that increase is going to be for 2024 as a percentage of year over year?
I don't have that number put to memory. However, based on our financial plan, we had a tax increase, if I remember correctly, lower than it was this year. This item, which was unknown at that planning time, would, if we do no changes, would be in addition to the already proposed tax increase.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. And I'm going to apologize to staff for not giving advance notice of this question. But we did receive in our correspondence package last week a letter from the Mayor of Surrey, Brenda Locke. And in that letter, she, as of course we all know, that she's involved in a jurisdictional dispute with the provincial government right now about whether Surrey will be served by the RCMP or a municipal police force. But she indicates in that letter, and I'm going to read from it here, that the Solicitor General's plan to move forward with the Surrey Police Service will cost you financially if you're currently in RCMP jurisdiction, as RCMP divisional administrative costs are shared costs among all RCMP jurisdictions. So far, it is estimated that because of the size of the Surrey detachment, your policing costs will increase by up to 7%. Now, that's in a letter that's addressed to Mayor and Council of the City of Courtenay. Do we have any analysis of that to indicate whether that's based on any actual analysis? Do we know whether this is correct or not?
If maybe I may, sorry, through the Acting Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian. To try not to be political, I know that's been less than, it's extremely charged conversation as it relates to that. We haven't done any verification of that, and for the Mayor of Surrey to send such a public correspondence, I would presume that they have done that analysis and they're engaged directly with the RCMP, but we haven't. We don't have anything in that regard. We certainly will be asking questions with with respect to that. One would presume, as with any kind of service delivery model, if they're no longer responsible for that much, one could presume there would be reduction in administrative requirements, but we can't verify at this point. But I think the letter from her worship would presume that there isn't any change in administrative oversight or load, et cetera. I would argue, again, without any factual background, I don't know what the component of Surrey's policing would drive so much of the provincial administration within the Green Timbers, I think is the terminology. So, we would certainly be understanding that, and one would presume that all of the contracts and engagement with the balance of the province would be highlighted. When the mayor and I attended the information session in Nanaimo about a month ago, apologies for not knowing the specific date, they didn't make any reference to that whatsoever. But if it is such a significant driver, we will certainly take note and look for some clarification.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. And presumably we have some idea of how much of the money that we put into policing actually goes to run Green Timbers in the provincial administration of the RCMP. Do we know that?
Yes, we get given those numbers annually.
And do you have that at your fingertips? No, you don't.
Not off the top of my head.
Right. Well, I think it would be useful to get back on that. I mean, I don't like the idea of us being potentially manipulated as part of a political dispute in another jurisdiction, unless it is in fact accurate. So it would be appreciated if we could hear back on that. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions. We did move the recommendation, correct? It seemed like an eternity ago already. So all in favor of the recommendation? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item is council remuneration policy. There's a recommendation there. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. That move that council adopt council remuneration policy 1920.00.01 and that council proceed with council remuneration repeal bylaw number 3103.
Seconded by Councillor Frisch. Any questions or discussion? I think we've talked about this at length previously, so all in favor? Anyone opposed? Councillor Hillian is opposed. Okay, that passes. Moving on to internal reports and correspondence. And we have staff here to talk about the Comox Valley Aquatic Service Needs Strategy Update. And could we have a motion to receive? And second? Thanks. Okay. Thank you, Susie. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Through the city manager to the acting mayor and council. Just want to provide a brief overview of the briefing note, and then if there are questions, I can answer them. As mentioned, the purpose of the briefing notes provide council with an update on feedback received to date on the Comox Valley Aquatic Strategy, upcoming public engagement seeking further feedback specifically related to the outdoor pool, and just status and next steps on the aquatic strategy. As you know, the draft aquatic strategy was presented to council in January 2023, consisting of recommendations for the future of the regional district and the Courtenay aquatic facilities. These recommendations were based on extensive public and community engagement that occurred in 2022, as well as best practices for municipal aquatic service provision. So just to recap, the 2022 engagement that informed the draft strategy had over 1,600 responses in an online survey, as well as direct connection with 29 community interest groups, either in person or by survey. So significant community engagement in the development of the strategy itself. Following receipt of the draft strategy, council directed staff to proceed with sharing the report for public engagement and feedback on the recommendations. In conjunction with the CVRD, the report was posted online in its full draft form, and the public was invited to provide feedback through an open-ended feedback form. And we received a total of 73 responses, with about 25 responses being specific to the outdoor pool. And you can find all the detail on those responses in the briefing note and appendices. And so due to the limited number of responses received, especially in relation to planning for the future of Courtenay's outdoor pool, staff have engaged RC Strategies, so the same consultants who did our draft report, to conduct an additional public survey specifically related to the recommendations in the aquatic strategy regarding the outdoor pool. It's critical that staff and council receive fulsome feedback from the public to inform the future of the outdoor pool, and feedback that we receive will be used to inform recommendations to council on next steps. Along with the condition assessment work that's currently underway, we expect this all to sort of come to conclusion and fruition together in the fall, when we'll be able to report back to council with a final report and recommendations at that time.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments? Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Really happy to hear that this is what staff are proposing to do, and working with the consultant. I think it's on page 2 of the staff report. It speaks to the ways in which Comox Valley residents will be engaged on collecting a little bit more information about the outdoor pool. And I wonder, it's not necessarily explicitly mentioned here, but I wonder if there's been any thought from a community engagement perspective around surveying individuals while they're at the pool.
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur, through the city manager to and acting mayor and council. Absolutely. Yes. So that is our plan, is to launch the survey in August. We're going to try and time it with the end of the citizen survey and capture folks who are accessing the pool currently. So we'll be doing some promotion on site. Absolutely. And our intention here, of course, it'll be open to the broad the entire public, but really is to capture feedback from those who use the pool, because when it comes to making a decision on the future of the pool, that's generally who council will also hear from at that time. So it's really important to provide that fulsome picture to council as much as we can.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, doing further follow-up and a survey with the public, I think is a really good strategy for moving forward with this decision. But also when we do these types of engagement, it is an opportunity for getting information out at the same time, especially with an engaged group that's interested in what the future is of the facility. And you know, now the aquatics study engagement is a number of months back, and it was a pretty detailed report. And even I have a hard time pulling up any specifics from the top of my memory, despite having gone through it a couple of times. And so just wanted to relay the suggestion that we use this as an opportunity to really help educate the public about what the challenges are around replacing the outdoor pool on the floodplain and why that's a challenge, and just speaking to the aging infrastructure and why we're talking about having to replace it and what's not adequate. And then also getting real about the costs, whether, you know, if a resident would really like to see it redeveloped in the same location, which I think, you know, if you ask around, many people would prefer that, but understanding what the cost is of that, and then relative to the other options, just really using it as an opportunity to try and dig into some of the information that we did get from the consultants out of that aquatics and study in some way that's digestible in relation to this specific asset.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And just to respond, absolutely, yes. And one of the pieces that we'll do through the survey is make sure that the recommendations regarding the outdoor pool from the draft strategy are put into a more accessible format for folks to be able to understand and then provide us feedback on.
No further lights are on. Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm happy to see that we're going to reach out and get more information. I do think that the outdoor pool is it is a unique and distinct service, and I think you've got it in the report here. The factors around accessibility and equity are huge for the outdoor pool in terms of those benefits that and aligned with strategic priorities, and that sometimes, you know, those things are worth something to people, and so I think that it is good that we are getting more information. I agree. Always having as much information about the cost of things is great, but I also think that the outdoor pool model is very different from the other aquatic centers, and it deserves a bit more attention. So Councillor Cole Hamilton, I hope I haven't missed you along the way. I'm sure that staff would tell me if you had your hand up, but just wanted to make sure that you knew that we know that you're still up there.
All good. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. So there is a recommendation, and I believe we have a mover and seconder. So all those in favor? Opposed? No one opposed, so that carries. Thank you. Okay, the next item is renaming the 150-year Grove to Stanhagen Nature Park, and okay, seconded by Frisch, and we'll have staff speak to this, and then we've got some lights on. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Through the city manager to acting mayor and council, the purpose of the briefing notes to provide you an update on the renaming of the 150-year Grove Park to Stanhagen Nature Park. So at the May 17th, 2010 in camera council meetings, council directed staff to proceed with the renaming of the 150-year Grove to Stanhagen Nature Park. The briefing note provides a background on the park as well as a summary of Stanhagen's contributions to the community. So it's our understanding, so staff's understanding, that at the time of the resolution, staff were intending to wait until further park planning was completed before moving ahead with the park dedication. But it's been determined that no further planning is required to be able to dedicate the park according to council's direction. And there's not a significant amount of planning to happen at that park at this time. Additionally, staff have been in contact with Judy Hagan, Stan Hagan's wife, who's requested that we proceed with the naming and plan for an event in August when the family is available to attend. As per the briefing note, staff have been in contact with Comox First Nation. We've had initial discussions and we'll continue to engage with them regarding their participation in the naming and dedication of the park. At this point, we've heard sort of a positive response, but there's further exploration there. And as mentioned in the briefing note, Stan Hagan was honored with an Indigenous name by Comox First Nation in 2007. So once we have further details on the date of the event, of course, that will be forwarded to council. And so it's expected to happen in late August. I will share, just as a bit of further background, it is also our understanding that this is the last outstanding park naming. So for those of you who were here in previous councils, the other two outstanding ones were the Randy Witchar Plaza and Lawrence Burns Park. So we believe this is sort of the last one that had been historically outstanding at this time.
Thank you. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report. I guess the advantage of not having done this for so long is that the trees have actually grown significantly in the 13 years, and it actually looks more like a park now. But I really am wondering, is there some sort of an oversight here that we didn't get around to this years ago?
Through the city manager to acting mayor and council, I can't speak specifically. I can say that during COVID, everything was put on hold. So for 3 years, we didn't host or plan any events. So that would be a significant delay. And then when I arrived in 2021, we started to move on a couple of those historical items. So looking at staff notes, it really does look like the intention was to do more park planning and park development before the naming went ahead. But as you mentioned, things have happened in that time, and it's at a place where we can dedicate the park, and the family is requesting that.
Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the briefing note. Just a thought came to mind. Has there been any contemplation of putting both Stan Hagan's name and also his honored name on the park?
Thank you for the question through the city manager to acting mayor and council. That is a conversation that we are having with Comox First Nation and are leaving it in their hands to guide us as to their thoughts on that. But if Comox First Nation indicated that they were supportive of that, then of course staff would proceed with their direction.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And this is just for receipt. Anyone opposed to receipt? Seeing nobody, that's carried. Or yeah. Okay, we are now on to council reports. So we will start with Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Hi there, Mayor. I'm going to take a pass for this evening, but thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Frisch. Yes, there are some attached council reports in the agenda. If folks want to look at those, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Two things that I want to highlight with some acknowledgement of staff. First of all, our July 1st celebrations I thought were tremendous this year. We had excellent crowds. Everybody seemed to enjoy themselves. The committee that was involved in the planning was very appreciative of the engagement of city staff. And I want to give particular kudos to Ms. Saunders and Carol Miller and all of the city staff from Public Works and other departments who did so much to make the day a great success. I also want to acknowledge Acting Mayor Warren, Acting Mayor Morin, who I thought spoke very well on the day. I also want to acknowledge that on Friday, we had the ministerial announcement in Courtenay that we had been successful in our community's application to receive funding for a peer-assisted care team. And once again, I want to thank Ms. Saunders and her staff for working with the Homeless Coalition and all the local engagement that led to this successful process. I think is a significant win for our community, and really appreciate the staff support to make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Just a quick notice to the public. If you're passionate and interested, August 31st is International Day of Awareness that the Comox Valley Community Action Team, the CAT, is organizing. This was formerly known as International Overdose Awareness Day. And so they're looking for volunteers. And really excitingly, it's going to be a day filled with music around resiliency and keeping our spirits up and thriving in the face of this ongoing crisis. And so there's actually going to be a kind of a nationally renowned artist called Surreal, who's a hip hop artist, and he has some lived and living experience with toxic drugs in his life. And that's being organized again for the 31st, and more to come. I'll make an announcement at an August council meeting. That's it for me. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And Councillor McCollum. Thank you. And I guess there's no Mayor Wells, so it's me, and I did attach, there is a report attached to the agenda, and I just wanted to echo Councillor Hillian's comments about the exciting announcement, and kudos to staff. And I wanted to mention that the folks who received all the recommendations told me that their inbox was exploding with recommendations from the Comox Valley. So I don't think we have any way of having a record of who everybody was who sent emails. We certainly know that the folks we contacted, but if any of you are out there, I just want to say thank you to everyone who submitted our community's name to get these PAC teams, and hopefully we'll see them up and running perhaps by the end of the year or the early start of the following one. Okay, moving on to council resolutions. We have a resolution from Councillor Jolicoeur about the regional housing summit coordination, so I'll pass it on to him.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. And so I'll just read out the resolution and then I'll speak to it. So this is the 2023 Regional Housing Summit Coordination. Whereas the Comox Valley is experiencing a housing and homelessness crisis, and whereas the regional, municipal, and First Nation government leadership have committed to supporting a regional housing summit to bring together housing and homelessness sector partners. Therefore, be it resolved that council allocate up to $7,500 from the other council initiatives budget for the purposes of contracting an event producer to support the coordination, organization, and facilitation of a regional housing summit.
Councillor McCollum seconding.
And so this is, it's pretty laid out there, but basically this is just as a follow-up to a project that the Mayor Wells is working very diligently behind the scenes on with the other mayors and the chief of Comox First Nation in bringing together housing sector partners to have a conversation around innovative ways we can be working together. So these are nonprofit housing providers, developers, BC Housing, real estate, and really it's an opportunity for us to bring people together in a room who might not necessarily naturally come together. And we have some really amazing success stories in the community that in initial brainstorming conversations, we want to highlight local successes, regional successes, but also successes from across the province to be able to learn. And so this is just a day for leadership in the housing sector, political leadership, and the private sector to come together to be able to move some solutions forward in addressing the entirety of the continuum of housing, from shelter and supportive housing solutions to market employee housing as a result of what many of us have heard, including the mayor working closely with the business community, hearing about the struggles finding housing for employees. And so that's what I have to share for this. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. While I know the mayor has spoken about this on occasion, I don't know that we've actually seen anything in writing describing what you've just outlined. I'm also curious about regional, municipal, and First Nation government leadership have committed. I don't recall this coming to the regional district with any commitment being made there. So I'm just curious how well formed is this concept, and you know, who exactly is would the $7,500 be going to, and who makes the decision about how this is being organized? Is there a date? Is there a structure? Is there kind of an outline?
I'll share what I know, Councillor Hillian, which is in speaking with the mayor before he left, there's been multiple conversations at the leadership table. And so the chair of the regional district would have been there, and they had discussed some dates in the fall, early fall. And then there's going to be, I think, an all a political session, elected official forum. Thank you. I was blanking on the name, in October. And so they're looking at a November date. And so the $7,500 would be to really to address some of the issues that you've identified, which is that someone needs to do the work of planning this and bring the people together and coordinating it. And so this is really just a motion for us to be able to step forward, to be able to fund a contractor. And in speaking with the city manager and our CFO in terms of our procurement policies, this is something that we'd be able to do a direct award given the amount of money. And there's been some conversations that myself and the mayor have had with some local contractors who would be interested in taking this on for the coordination and facilitation of the day.
And our city manager has comment.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, I just wanted to address and assist potentially a little bit with the discussion. I believe to Councillor Hillian's question, the mayors of the member municipalities and the chair of the regional district and Chief Councillor Price have been meeting and discussing a variety of things. I think along the lines of the housing crisis that's been discussed at the regional district level. And so they've had a number of conversations and the mayor had advised me, no staff are attending these meetings, that there's the concept of this housing symposium was endorsed by the other mayors / chair. I think the challenge has been that the capacity for the organizations that had been involved in the organizing of the original housing summit, they're not there. The chamber was involved, I believe. It was hosted at the base. And so there's, I think, just a little bit of a gap in terms of that ability to help do the organizing. This is what the mayor had advised me, and I think that informs a little bit of the discussion. But I would say that at the point there isn't a charter or a clear outline that's been determined at this point. And I believe I think the intent is that those funds would assist with identifying someone who could kind of put a fence around that and come up with those specifics that council probably wants to hear.
Thank you. And Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, the employee housing forum that took place at CFB Comox a few years ago was co-organized and facilitated by the Economic Development Society and the Coalition to End Homelessness. But I'm just curious about whether or not anything would be lost if this is deferred to some point where perhaps the mayor can provide further detail. Because it just seems to me a bit unusual that we would agree to contract with an unknown party to organize an event that, you know, we don't have really a full written description of what the intent is, what the objectives are, and I'm not sure what Well, I mean, I don't want to suggest anything unusual here, but it's the first time I've heard of the leadership meeting that takes place coming up with a program initiative without maybe referencing it to their elected bodies. I'm just those are my only concerns. I mean, it sounds like it's a good idea, but I'm just wondering if there'd be anything lost if we deferred this to have an opportunity to have the whole thing fleshed out a bit more clearly.
Okay, Councillor Frisch, and then I have a comment as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. So, yeah, thanks for bringing this forward, Councillor Shirley Kerr. I definitely agree with the idea, and I think it's great. The more conversations we can have about this, and the better. I would also suggest we delay it a little bit until we can flesh out some of those details that were outlined, like who's going to run it and when might it be and stuff like that. I mean, I suppose we could just allocate the money and have it sit there, but I don't think we're in jeopardy of spending all of it, including the 7,500 that might be needed for this. So yeah, I'm definitely supportive of the idea, but would like to hear more about it. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm in agreement with Councillor Hillian on this one, that I would love some more details as well. And I guess, I mean, I had known that these conversations were starting with other leadership and also down island as well. And I did have a conversation with the mayor to say that, you know, it would be good to have some solid kind of outcomes of this, because as much as the other housing summit was well attended and lots of great dialogue, we frankly didn't see anything result from that. So it would be great to have some action items come out of some kind of an event like this, rather than just getting everybody around together to agree that we have a housing crisis. I would love to see some action. So I'd like to see this fleshed out more. Those are my comments. I don't know if this is on the table. Okay, Councillor Hillian, I think, is next.
Thanks. Yeah, I did ask the question of whether anything would be lost if we did defer it for more information, if there was an urgency to actually allocating the money tonight, or what the time frame might be.
So in speaking with Mayor Wells, given that there's been a conversation around having it in the fall, in November, which is the timeframe that he had provided me in preparation for this motion, was the understanding that it takes time to plan things, the location, to commit panelists to come give workshops, to get the word out, the promotion, and just the organizing would take time. And so I guess if we defer this, then it would just mean that the event would either likely not be able to happen in November if timing is an issue, and that would have to be pushed to later. So I think I know for myself, you know, given that we've been spending a lot of time talking about housing and it's on our strategic priorities, that this was something that we've all identified as an urgent need to have a conversation. And so, you know, if it's pushed back by 3 months, I think that that's fine, but I also know that this is something that some of the community partners in the initial conversations, I know with the coalition, are excited to come together, and some of the members of the coalition. And so I guess that's the context, is that there hasn't been anything set in stone in terms of a date, but it does take time to plan these things. And so I think in conversations with potential contractors, they said at least 3 to 4 months to organize something like this in a good way. So that's what I would have to your question, yes.
Okay, thank you. And we've got Councillor Cole Hamilton online.
Yeah, thanks very much. I would also appreciate having a little bit more context around this. I realize my microphone could be scratchy, so I'm just going to plug in my headphones right now.
But I also, I mean, I can see that obviously the fall isn't far away, and this is not a large sum. And I know you've talked to staff about appropriate, sourcing practices here. So I guess I'd be maybe comfortable with moving ahead, but with the understanding that at the very next council meeting that we'll receive something, a substantial account of what is contemplated, what the objectives are, who the parties are, just a plan. I'm willing to, accept that there is some urgency, and again, it's not a large sum. So if there is to be such a thing, we'd like it to go well, and that will require some planning. But I definitely would like to see a commitment to fleshing this out at the next meeting, and I'm not sure if that would be added to the recommendation or how that would work.
This is okay. I guess there's nobody. We'll go on to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. I would suggest another route as well. If it works, we could support this in principle. So we could support in principle to provide the money, and of course, it would come back when there was more plan. If in fact council supports the concept, and then when whoever Councillor Jolicoeur comes back with a better plan, we can move forward with the crossing the T's and dotting the I's of the money.
Okay.
I'd like
I
to
did-
hear from him. Sorry, if he's interested in that as well. Sorry.
Sorry. I did have a quick question for staff, and then I'll go to Councillor McCollum. Or maybe it's Councillor Jolicoeur that knows the answer to this, whether the other local governments are also putting forth motions to help pay, or because that's another, this has come up before that. Yeah, I mean, if this is truly a partnership between multiple municipalities, then I don't think Courtney should be paying the whole amount. Go on to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, well, I think based on the discussion, it's clear that we do support this in some principle, but we do need more information. We're talking about a November date, and it also sounds as though the mayor and Councillor Jolicoeur have have an idea of who the consultant would be and could probably flesh out a few more details in the meantime without us enacting our decision to proceed with the $7,500 contribution from council initiatives. So I would say, based on the conversation today, we just make a motion to defer. My question for staff is, when is the next council meeting? I don't know off the top of my head. So we have another meeting this month. Oh, right. Yeah, I did see that in our e-scribe. Yeah, so I would just move to defer this until the next council meeting.
So non-debatable, right? Oh. Okay, did someone have a light on? No? Okay. I just wondered if we want more information. The mayor's not back for the next meeting, so how do we want to handle that? Councillor McCollum?
Maybe I'll amend what I said to defer to the next meeting, or after such time as Councillor Jolicoeur is able to discuss our questions with the mayor, as I believe the mayor is reachable, and the mayor doesn't necessarily need to be here to answer the questions. We just need the info.
Okay. And Councillor Frisch?
Well, that sounds good. I was just going to ask Councillor Jolicoeur how much time he needed to come back with some more information, but if we want to leave it open-ended, that's good too. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, this has been discussed for quite a while, and I remember making the comment quite a while ago that you need a lot of time to plan this. And so I also feel like this is coming 3 months before the event. So I definitely think we need some more information. So all in favor of the motion to defer to, as per Councillor McCollum. Sorry about that. And no one opposed, so that carries. Thank you. Okay, we're getting close here. So we've we've deferred the Downtown Courtney Business Improvement Association report and bylaw. So we'll skip through that and we're on to bylaws. So for first, second, and third readings, the council remuneration of repeal bylaw number 3103. Councillor Frisch.
Excuse me, I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to council remuneration repeal bylaw number 3103. Second.
Okay, I didn't speak during the last when this was up earlier, but I did want to say that the change regarding the elder care and childcare isn't going to take effect until 2026 after the next election. So that's a ways away, doesn't impact our budget over the next bit. And to me, that really fits the intent of adding those things, which was to reduce barriers for people who may not choose to run for office because they have those commitments. So yeah, I just wanted to throw in that comment. So we'll vote on this. So all in favor? Anyone opposed? Councillor Hillian? That's carried. Thank you. And we have our last one, which is Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw number 3102, and we have Councillor McCollum.
I'll move the council adopt Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw number 3102 of 2023.
Seconded by Councillor Hillian. Any discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Okay. We don't have a seconder for that, but we're adjourned. Thank you.